Today we invoke one of my old hard mode catchphrases or whatever it was, like whenever I would get really mad or people kept saying I couldn't do something, it's impossible, right? I would not be denied, and the word will having a certain special meaning in that too, like, you know, just having the willpower to keep trying. Although lately I've had to try at things that I didn't think I would have to try for super long, like Dark Souls 2, but we just go in calm, we go in slow. It's not about the opponent, right? It's all about me. Whenever I lose, it's just my fault. Pretty much. There might be 1 out of 10 games, okay, somebody just plays at a god tier level. I can accept that, but the majority of them are not like that. We just go in, take my time. Any losses today should be on time. They should not be anything else. So I'll take as long as I need every single move. All good. 1091, okay. Make a pretty simple opening, but even in the opening, I'm gonna take my time. That's it. Pretty basic stuff. Now that's a little bit different in and of itself. So you could mirror him, or you could just ignore it. I think mirroring is generally safe. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Right, that's typical conventional wisdom as black. You could pin that down, and that's good because it gives you kind of free development. Whether I should take or not, though, I couldn't say. I could also, again, just mirror and ignore it. The question then becomes, okay, he pins it down. But that has nothing to do with anything. Like, you almost should do like this to stop. You would do this to stop the pin down of the horse, which is inevitably gonna come here. But I'll still just do this, but it's like I'm kind of beating him to the pin down, but that's just because his development is more advanced than mine. He comes like that, that almost forces me to take. It really does. So now I could settle for doing this, and the reason why I would settle for doing that because I don't want that bishop to come in at all. I just don't want it to happen. If I do this first, I guess I could do the same thing, though. Like, I go here, he goes there. Why doesn't this normally work? I guess I normally don't like doing that, period. Or normally it's like outside, or normally it's like here. So it can't really do the same thing. I just feel like this is such an important, correct kind of move. I just like this. It's not gonna hurt either way, like no matter what I decide to do. Well, actually it does raise questions, like what happens with this pawn structure over time? Because this is like one of the most common moves that you see. You come like this, he'll come like this, like we get it. Fucking horse move is always so annoying. If I come here, then it's not pinned down at all, but okay, so I come here. Well, he can't come there at all now, so that should probably resolve it for the most part. It's gonna be a long day of this, and we're just going to, you know, if I have to take a break, I'll take a break, but this is basically giving chess the hard mode treatment for once, because it basically is a hard mode, just how stupidly good some of these people are for this low rating, but it is what it is. I guess that applies to me too, right? I never thought to look in the mirror myself. Like, these people must be complaining too. This guy's averaging 80 accuracy or all this kind of crazy crap. But basically the feeling is I don't feel like I belong at this rating, but I have to show that now. So the pin down is still not doable, so I don't mind it. I should probably just try to castle myself. This seems weird. Like, I don't know what I'm doing with the bishop, but maybe just castle, fine. I'm not taking as much time as I should be though still, but everything seems okay, but that's always what you think. See, now even if the pin down was there, I'm just always so concerned about the horse, because that's always, we could do the horse covers horse too, so this horse just becomes invincible. But is that really, I think coming here is always a good option, possibly. Then the horse has to move at least before you are able to push it out with the pawn. But if you do push it out with the pawn, then what do I do? Assuming that's not there, it does limit your options quite a bit. So it's kind of just like a back and forth mundane sequence. Like, oh, you move the horse, then you push the pawn, then you come back. Then it's just like, it doesn't do anything for either player, really. But of course, that's what the horse really can be so triggering for everybody in general, but especially for new players or bad players. Like, just, it's unintuitive to like go backwards all the time, but you have to do it constantly. Usually, even to make the best move with it, you have to do that. Like, you have to do something that you know isn't going to work just so that you can do something that is going to work later. So I could do this. I'm blocking my own diagonal in the process. I'm not sure if this is really the anchor pawn that I want. It wouldn't really affect anything else that I'm trying to do. Just somehow that's like my first instinct move, but you should always question your first instinct. You come like this, he takes, I take, he takes, I wait. Oh no, he has the bishop too. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Yeah, my dark square bishop's in an odd spot, so I just have to accept that for now. What is he doing with the dark square bishop there? He wouldn't even be able to curl back and do it like this. He can't go anywhere there. This almost feels unnecessary to do. And again, it's kind of blocking my own diagonal, but assuming that I even want that. I kind of want to do this, but I'm kind of also waiting too long on the castle. If you come like this, I'm just trying to think, like, what are all his possible moves here? You should at least calculate one move fully. I don't see why you wouldn't. See, this is awkward because he comes like this, then I'd be tempted to take. Then he comes like this. And then it's like, I don't want to just... Somehow this seems fine. I don't know. You get the horse covers horse. You don't have to rely on the horse covers horse. You can maybe do like this. You don't even really need that cover though. I don't know what the horse is really gonna do though. You can't come there because he could just take, assuming that it wouldn't be just as bad for him there. I think I'll castle, but I definitely have my eye on the queenside horse. It should be safe enough to castle. I don't see why not. The horse has at least somewhere to go. This is covered. You can't even pin it down. I love how this had two credits themes. It almost didn't make sense to me, but obviously the fifth case was released obviously later. But it just felt so organic, like they went above and beyond. If that had been the original game, then that would have been way more impressive, obviously, but it still is impressive. Like the fifth case is as long and as good as the whole rest of the game combined. He does the same thing, even though there was no possibility of stagger, maybe just bringing the horse in. So the horse is completely dead. This horse has no value at all in the game. So maybe the whole goal of this is just to put the horse out of the way. That's really it. But before we get distracted by that horse, we can put the other horse in. If I bring it here, what does it do? That's my question. What does it do? It does nothing. This is what just annoys me about it. I don't understand. Here, at least it covers and it can maybe take its place. So then you can guarantee, like, whatever he does, I could let him take and then take back. And then we have this alpha horse position that's also not doing anything. It's a tough move. I can't rationalize either one. So which one can I rationalize less? There's nothing even possible to be pinned down. You come like this, you come like this. He would take, I would take. Push the horse out. It messes up my pawns a little bit, but I don't know that I even want to come there. I guess you can wait till the bishop moves and then do it. This would be okay, because what it does is, not only could it cover this pawn potentially, but it also allows me to move this horse, and then I could theoretically bring it there, assuming that's something I want. Although it looks awkward. I think this is better objectively, but you would have to kind of know what you're doing with it, and I don't. He comes like this, he double attacks maybe there. Gotta think every move through. Don't worry about the clock, but you do have to at least remember that it exists. Sometimes when I get really immersed, and even when I'm playing well, I forget that there even is a clock. He comes there, which doesn't do anything. The only logical extension of it would be this. Just the idea that, you know, you would take, or you would just come here anyway. To which I couldn't respond with the horse. So this bishop position is interesting. In fact, we are in a very similar spot. So what would allow me to take this without having to worry? Because like even if I did this, he would take, I would take, he would take. So I can't do that. I would love to do this trade, but I can't do it. I can move the thing out of the way and then try to take. And the reason why I would do that is so that the horse can go here, assuming that's really such an important position, which it actually could be, because the queen most certainly is going to come there. So if the queen comes there, I don't know. The horse comes here. I'd kind of be letting him, I'd be letting him do this if I move this. And then he's not only attacking the dark square bishop, but he's threatening to come inside. This pawn obviously is always under threat for me. I always fuck up something to do with that. So like he would take, I would take, and then he would take because he'd already be there. I would go here, he would go here. I would go here. He would take. So how do you ever cover this pawn? Like, I don't get it. This is covered here, and he can't do anything about this horse. I'm going to make a really weird move, but it addresses a concern that I have in a lot of these games. I never know what the fuck to do with this pawn. Ah! See, I'm thinking about other games and not this game. That's why I make a move like that. Fucking stupid. He doesn't even do it. What? Well, that was obviously a big fucking mistake, and I shouldn't have done it. Now, this allows him to take there. You obviously have to do like this. Or wait. That could be another mistake, but at least it was a way to try to cover up for the last one. So that's why I don't do that move there with the rook, because it obviously, well, assuming that that's always there. Or you could like move the king even. And the reason why is because, you know, if you take, I would just take. This would allow him to check. What if I just do like this? You shouldn't be able to take anything for a second here. We have the little bishop stagger, which is not a so I guess he just missed that because he didn't comprehend how stupid I was being, or maybe there was something somehow good that opened because of it, but I doubt it for me. Like, I don't know what that was. That's not even like me miscalculating. That's just me not even looking at the board. I wasn't even fucking looking at that piece. Like, how can you do that? That's what I hate. Like, mistakes like that are not even real things. Like, it doesn't matter how good or bad you are. You could be looking at that for the first time ever and not make that move because you can just see, you know, that's a one move thing. It's so stupid that I still do stuff like that. That's really like the problem of overthinking. Even though I like overthinking moves, like you don't need to go that far ahead. Just what should I have done otherwise? Like, I guess I'll worry about it in the analysis, but they're like, that's the worst possible thing you could have done. You're sort of inventing a problem where one doesn't exist. Now, I don't know whether this is good or not. Ordinarily, I wouldn't mind, but like, it kind of fucks up my pawns a little bit. Something like this, I would take, he would take, I would take. If I come now, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, but it opens the king in a certain manner of speaking. He would take, I would take, He's definitely stopping the horse from being effective here. See, that's what happens for me trying to resist the urge to just trade the horse. Like, whenever you have the option to trade the horse, just do it. He would take, I would take, he would take. And you could do this to ensure that, but for some reason I feel inclined to do this, but it just fucks up the pawns for really no reason. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I just don't know what to do with this position. Like, everything is just so... The act of moving this would allow this to get taken for one. Well, I better take advantage of this. But see, now I'm playing a position that you normally wouldn't have because it's the result of me obviously messing up. So you shouldn't be too comfortable with this, even if it works. I just don't get it. It would fuck up the pawn. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Like, why would I ever do that? Maybe you shouldn't worry about double stacked pawns quite so much, but this is a really annoying kind of move because it's not like, oh, you know, anything significant is happening. It's just nothing that happens is going to be obvious. So if he comes in there, he comes in there, I would take. He'll come there, and then he'll come there, and then he'll come there, let's say. So nothing I do is going to prevent that. I'll come here, which allows the horse to come here. And by then, he'll be like, he'll go there, he'll go there. Well, first of all, it would let me just take that. But that's not a very inspiring start with that rook move. That was... Even though I don't get punished, that's just not a good sign. What was the mistake there? Just like, it's not even that I didn't take my time or that I didn't think it, it's that I overthought it. And but so you think about a move so long that you forget where that move started. So just basic positional mistakes. So like, that was one of the longer calculated moves too. I don't know what the fuck to do here. So sometimes less is more when you don't know. He comes there, I take. He comes there, he comes there, I take. It opens up a spot for the horse to go. For what reason, though, I have no idea. So I'll just do it. Not much else is really going on with this position. If I move the horse at any point, he takes this one, though. So I don't know what exact pawn structure I want. I could go like this, go like this. Have to be really, really patient with it. Look at all the possibilities. You come like this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. So that would be acceptable. I could do this now. He would take. Look at how badly he wants to stop that. Like, I don't even care that much. I don't want to use the horse, but apparently that just shows you it's such a god tier octopus knight-esque position. Like, what the fuck? But this is still covered, so assuming I want to stay on this point, I could try to break it up with the pawns, but other than that, what should I be doing with the horse? Like, let's say I accept that I move it here, but I can't do that yet. Let's say we go here. He could come like that. He would take, I would take. I could just do like this, couldn't I? If I come like this, this seems like a pretty secure pawn position, but it is very passive. If I go like this, he goes like this, then I don't know what to do because it'll split the pawns. If I come like this, it's also awkward. I'm actually somehow comfortable with doing this, which I don't really see what the drawback is either in doing that, aside from it just being kind of slow and kind of passive. Which I am generally anyway, so at least if you are, just embrace it. He'll come like this. If he comes like this, I don't know what to do exactly. This is kind of interesting though, because no, it's really not. I don't know. He would take, I would take, he would take. The horse coming in here is not... This would even break up my whole thing that I'm trying to do. It's like a claustrophobic, uncertain position. I mean, if you're not sure about what to do, what you could do is this, and then he's forced to do something about it. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. This is honestly like just one of those totally indecipherable positions for me. Like, nothing is bad. I could just let it be and just try to react, but even if he does that, okay, he takes, I take, so what? I could still just take there. I just don't know. Comes like that, it doesn't matter because... Oh, I guess it does then. Because then if he doesn't take, then... So, like, he'll just leave it there. I'll go here, but then he'll go there. And then if I take, then he takes. So I do have a certain incentive to leave the piece there. So the only piece that can be active here that I would like to use would be the horse, but I can't do it. I just can't do it. Don't have all the time in the world. Moving the horse here is going to be a sabotaging kind of move that isn't going to work, that isn't going to help anything. I could always just move the rook like here. Then I wouldn't have to worry as much about anything. Like if I move the rook here, he comes in, he takes, I take. Comes like this, I could still take. Okay, that I'm more comfortable with, so let's calculate that one instead. He takes like this, I take, it's fine. He comes in like this. It would be generally the same idea. So now there should be no concern about this threat. This threat also isn't relevant as long as he can't give a check here. So now I could theoretically just do this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Even though it fucks up my pawn, I just am desperate to kind of just shut whatever he's doing down because I obviously can't do anything myself. He missed a free fucking +2, the rook earlier, so I don't know. You can never understand how good or bad these people are. Look at that, a 2-minute 49-second move, but I like that. I like to see that because at least I'm thinking. And then if I still fuck up, then so be it, but he just doesn't seem concerned with this side at all. So he'll push the horse out, which is perfectly fine. I don't see what... He's thinking about some long-term pawn promotion, I guess. He would take, I could take with the horse. If he pushes, I can't do anything at all. He would take, I would come in. Maybe I could do some stuff there. Cause some mischief with the horse. I could just ignore it and try to compel something to happen. And I think that's what my mind was set on anyway. So this is something I would say is not a good move, but it's good for me because I don't know what else I'm doing here. Hey, Quicken, how's it going? So he could not even really win a pawn, but just disrupt a pawn. Assuming that he even wants to trade queens. The hell are these pieces? It's just some random piece set on the site. Why do the pawns look like that? I don't know. I keep changing up my piece sets for variety. Not as much variety on the chess though. That has like a million that I can use. The Space Invaders one would be my lucky set to use now. I would literally have to do this all day. Even if I win every game to get to where I have to get to, which is only 1200, but there's no reason just not to take it, I guess. I don't know. If he comes like this is covered here anyway. You can get wild with those. It would be a horse-only game, and he's obviously going to be clearly better than me with the horse. I just want to do it, but it opens up the rook. It's not really that big of a deal. I mean, the only other meaningful threat is here. So he double stacks even his own pawns, which is fine. And keeping up with Hearthstone, yeah. I actually did better with my theme deck than I normally do, so I'll see if I can get... If I have time, I want to see how far I can get with it. Like, getting to gold 1 with a suboptimal fucking garbage deck, that's never that almost has never happened before. I kind of wanted to try that Druid one that was so broken, but... I don't really play Druid that much. I feel like not even a lot of people were playing as Death Knights. Like, we didn't see that many of them compared to what I thought, because I was playing like right when it came out. I guess people just did it like crazy and then got sick of it, maybe. Bring the thing back in here. I'm just totally at a loss with this whole thing. The queen can't even come in there at all. Like, these are just safe moves that are going to be fine, but if he comes like this, it doesn't matter. Creates a double stack. He would take... I would have to bring, like, the other rook inside, too. And what I could even do is bring the horse inside. And the reason why is because it would still cover that. So, like, if he's really just going to do that, I can just wait him out. Although I don't have as much time now as I would like. Did you know abusive sergeant sees play again? Interesting. The time difference is crazy. Yeah, it doesn't bother me as long as I win, but I am very slow. He comes, he attacks the light square. That's still perfectly fine. You do this, he would just take. I like that. I don't like doing it. But, like, the other side is just not that important to me. So, like, what could he possibly do here? He comes like this. He attacks the queen from there, which I forgot about. That could actually pose a little bit of a problem. He would take, I would take. He would take and check. That would actually be mate, wouldn't it? He would come here. He's threatening the queen. And then if he just takes... Yeah, that actually is just mate. What the fuck? It's almost like I just want to trade this. But if I do it now, he'll just take. So really, all he would have to do is these stupid horse moves, which I also can't stop. I wouldn't be able to take it. But this actually doesn't do anything. Or I guess I could just not take back, but... Why couldn't I just do this? I guess because I still need another cover for it. If you can, you always trade queens. Yeah, I don't think I really can control it, though, because he'll just... ignore it, kind of. Oh, I guess I'm threatening the horse, too. So if he was to do that, I would just take the horse. That's maybe what makes it better. With the queen gone, everything else feels so empty. Yeah, that's kind of makes me feel safer, especially because I'm not a very aggressive player anyway. If he takes the pawn, I take the horse. If he moves the horse first, I would just take the queen. He almost doesn't have a choice, yeah, but to at least react to it. This is not one of my better games, honestly, but this guy plays like very disciplined. Like he's just very, he won't make obvious mistakes, it feels like. Some guys will try like these wild, crazy shit, and then at least it makes me feel like I can, you know, kind of let them beat themselves. He takes, I take, and then I don't feel like very under threat. Try to get to Legend tomorrow. You played Hearthstone for a bit today, 23 and 9 to Diamond 5. Nice. What are you using right now? He takes, I take. I'm not a big fan of this pawn position, but that's a small... Oh, you know what? He'll take a pawn too. Yeah, I don't really deserve to win this. If I move this, he'll take there. That wouldn't be the end of the world. It's like, that's cute, but it's just gonna get in the way. Had it for a while, but only now realized how fun it is. Best deck in the game, Frost Mage. Interesting. I can't cover that. I could go like this, actually. I'm only down one pawn, so it's not the end of the world. He takes, I take. I definitely don't want to let him have the double stack. Can't go there. He could go there and just buy some time. So he would do this, leveraging like he's going to get a passed pawn, but it's actually not a passed pawn. Oh, he could just take with the horse too. This would be actually fine, because if he takes, he'll come like this though. Then that'll force kind of something I want. I guess I just don't have enough time to. This would be better, because it would connect my pawns back in the center. If he doesn't do it and he moves the horse instead. Oh, but you know what he'll do is he'll take with the... He'll just double stack with the rook. The very burn-based deck, cheap. If you like disgusting turns, play it. Well, I'm sure I would see it. I don't really think I saw that when I was playing. I mean, it's still the same month. I guess everybody who was using it was... Oh, you know what? This kind of makes a little bit more sense now. Because it forces the thing to move. Oh, yeah, it's standard. Yeah, you see all kinds of random stuff in Wild. I mean, you could still use it in Wild, but... He would just take there. Okay, I'm not even thinking about that. You know what? I almost don't even have a choice. I wouldn't even mind if he takes with the pawn. It's not going to be that big of a deal because you're not technically passed. Of course, he's going to win one of these pawns, I'm sure, at some point. You could come like this. He'll bring the rook. I can't really do that. Oh, man. He pushes, I take. He comes there. He's threatening there, but I could still take there. That's what's funny is even like when I did Wild Legend the other month, I ended up using what was almost a standard, I think at least, almost a standard meta deck anyway, at the very end at least, like with the whole the curses and stuff. I think so. It does kind of devolve into the same thing, like the Abyssal Curse Warlock with Tamsin and with Anatheron, and who was the other one, the Knoll. So I tried not using anything like that as long as possible. 70% of Wild is standard cards, unfortunately. Although not at the middle, low to mid level. Then you'd see some fun stuff at least. I would take, he would still take. I don't understand this. This guy really will just beat me by attrition and patience. I can't even blame that mistake that I made, although it'd be completely my fault even if I did. But he didn't even capitalize on that, and he's still gonna win. I can't believe it. These are kind of the worst losses, because this is just legitimate. Like, there's nothing... There was never a chance I could do anything here. And he's not winning in, like, some crushing way. It's just, like, very hard for me to do anything here. That time warp triggered me so much, though, with the fucking birds. That was, like, so... And then people say, oh, yeah, all you have to do is use, like, 2 giant rats and 2 secret eaters and 2... Like, yeah, I get that I can build the whole deck just to counter it. But, damn, dude. If I come like this and he takes, I take, but then he takes. It's almost like I should just move the king. If he comes, I take, he takes, I take. He comes like this. When in doubt, I guess just move the king, because I have no idea what to do. The pawn can't really march. And I'm a little bit concerned, actually, about not being able to cover this one. I would take, he would take. So if he comes here, then he can come up. So then I would have to, like, move the horse here. So then... Wait. If he does this right now, and then I do this, then he comes here, then I take, then he takes, then I take, then he takes, then I take. Yeah, that actually does work. Still actually winnable. I just don't see how I could possibly do it with 5 minutes. Like, I don't know. Maybe, see, what you can sometimes do now here is cheese them by, like, using their time to calculate too. Because they'll be using more of their time. Now, I had to use mine before because he wasn't using his. So if you can just assume what they're going to do. I'm definitely got my eye on this move. If I come like this, he would take and check and then take the rook. So I can't do that. Okay, he's obsessed with the other side of the board. If he takes, I take. I don't want that. I'm just going to preempt and go here. Yeah, see, I did like the same sort of end of the month push, and occasionally I'll just do that. Like, not that that was permadeath, but that was the same reason why I did it in Wild. Like, I was like, I've never gotten Wild Legend before. Let me just get it this month. And I guess it wasn't as hard as I thought it would be, but I like how I at least tried not to use the meta deck at that point. Like from bronze to diamond, I used basically just the same one deck, even with the Galacron meme shit in there. Okay, so this would at least force the action to happen. And I really just don't have time, so I just have to do something. And yeah, people were saying, oh, that imp deck's not even that good, it's not even going to get that far, and then I get to diamond 3. So, I mean, I guess maybe that's still not good, but it's good enough. So, like, Galacron without any invoke or anything. Just, if he comes here, I can't do much. Let him take, I take. What's the problem? If he keeps going, it's fine. If I take, it does exactly what he wants. So why would I do that? I gotta get into this space here. Maybe I'll just block my own file and try to do it. Okay, so take, and then I don't care about that because it's still... Still put something decent together here. So this won't be covered, so he'll at least have to move it, which probably wouldn't be too difficult for him. Okay, I have to take from this side, obviously. Now he'll come down like this to threaten, which is pretty predictable. Then he'll try to maybe combine it with that. So the only weak link pawn is here. Everything else is good. Although, this could be weak if the king wasn't there. There's some way to maybe mate. I could go like this, and then he can't take, but so what? Doesn't really do anything. You do have to go like crazy Super Saiyan mode here at the end, otherwise you're going to get destroyed on time if nothing else. No reason to go under. I think I'd rather stay up. If he goes underneath, it's not a big deal. only 1 pawn difference, but that means if I fuck any minor thing up now, he's gonna win. I wouldn't even mind taking a draw, but it's just a waste of time. That's my bad mindset, right? Like, why I would still play for a win now, when even if I could take a draw. Even why is the song so long? Oh, it's an hour version. That was weird. Although it was only 10 minutes, it just felt like... Okay. He brings the thing down. I could give a wait, no, I can't give a check. I don't know. He comes like that. I would be able to take, right? I'd be able to take any angle if I just come like that. That should be simple enough. Even the act of going there doesn't matter because we still negate it. Maybe next turn I'll go here, go like this, but I can't go like that. Can I like try to trade and then I'd win the pawn if the trade occurred? So like go like this, go like this. Wait. Yeah, go like that. And then if he takes, it's fine. If he doesn't take, then I take. Don't really care about the king right now. Just try to push it out. If he comes, I take. I thought people metagamed in fucking card games. Just wait till you play chess. Like, look at this 1100 rated disaster. He comes down, he checks. I wouldn't be able to block, but I would just move. Well, first of all, he can't check. Just make him sweat a little bit. 3 minutes left. I would take, he would take, I would take. That would be fine. If he... What else can you do? He can just move away. Come like this. A little back and forth sequence. Fine. Comes like this, I take. He comes like this, I could just take. He comes like this, it doesn't matter, really. The king isn't too relevant yet. This rook just has to... Okay, I don't... shit. Fuck, that would be a passed pawn. Fuck. I'm like this, and then I could just take it. If he gives a check... He can't give a check. Is he gonna see this masterful? But he could just take it with the horse anyway. Like if he wanted. So he's not really under any pressure, but I'd still be happy with that. Obviously I can't take, because then that would be giving him actually the first and only passed pawn. What he should probably do is this. Wait, what? He's just annoying me. What's he gonna do with the king? I don't even get it. He'll like use this. If he gives a check, I could just take. He'll come like this. He would take, I would take. Or I would just take. Not really that big of a deal, but this pawn is really what I'm more concerned about. Because otherwise the other ones are just anchored and I can just leave it. He's used quite a lot of time now ratio. Like from 5 minutes, he had like 20. So he's used 5 and I've used like 2. But obviously it's a little bit too late. That's why I don't like standard though, because you end up seeing like the same decks too much. I can't do this. He checks, I could take. He still can't check there. I mean, he'd probably just win on time, I have to admit. What would his move be? Like, there's just a lot of back and forth dumb shit going on. I kind of don't want to move the horse there at all. I would probably just go like this. I would take, he would take and check. Or I wouldn't do it now, obviously, but he's just not under any pressure to do anything. He can just kind of do whatever the fuck he wants. This whole game, I haven't tried to attack anything even once. Like, it's just so stupid. Just have to be quick. Like, just draw it. Take. Yeah, this pawn is all important. Even the other one isn't that big of a deal. Well, it is, but like he'll get this one past guaranteed. I come like this. He would take, I would take. It would open up this one. This would allow me to, for example, go like this. I guess even if just a lot of back and forth stuff. Come like this, then this is covered, so he can't take with the horse. If he takes, I take. If he comes up now, I would take, he would take, I would take. But it wouldn't really be worth it in the long run. You're double stacked. But then I'm also attacking this. He comes up, I take. I just don't want to take anything. I want to just come here, kind of stall it out. You definitely can't take the horse. This is a very nightmare position. Just don't move the pawn. Just don't move the pawn. You check, I take. Comes here, check. I don't really have to take, but... See, normally you'd be thinking play for a draw, but I'll still somehow win. Fuck. I have to take it. I have to take it. That's fine. That's what I expected to happen a while ago. Now we could try to double attack this, but he'll check. But you can't check because... You can't check because then I take with the horse. I'll take and then you'll check and then you'll be able to take. So that's why I can't do that. But then again... No, that's actually pretty accurate. I can't do it because then check and then... So it looks good, but maybe I could come back here now since the horse is no longer a threat to... the horse is no longer a threat to this. He'll come... Okay, he checks from there. I go back. Let's see what he does. Comes in, I take. He goes there, it's fine. He goes there, I take. He goes there, I take. He's going to do some long-winded sequence to try to promote on the other side. This would be very much to my liking. If he goes up, it's fine. If he takes, it's fine. If he doesn't take, it's fine. Gotta stay connected here. I guess I don't have to stay connected here. I could come like this, try to take the pawn. But then it wouldn't be worth it if I have to give up this pawn to do it. Can't take it, or no, he can take it. Come like this, try to threaten it. He gives a check. Really tight on time, dude. I don't know what to do. I would love to just trade. He gives a check like this. He would check and fork. I don't know. I can't block. You give another check, we can just keep going back and forth. He comes like this, I can't move that. So that would be a good multi-move sequence. Always has to be the horse that does me in. I mean, this is it. If I can't do it today, I mean, I guess I technically have tomorrow, but he's doing it a little bit earlier than I thought. Come like this, attack the thing. He could pin it down. I just don't have time. He's gonna get a promote out of it now. My king is at least close enough where there could be some relevance here, but... I'm like this. At least look at how I definitely made him sweat on time towards the end. So if I played like this the whole game, somehow I'm just either more focused or I'm kind of putting the pressure more on him to do something. Not because I'm actually attacking him, but because I'm showing like no interest in attacking at all, so he has to. Otherwise he'll assume like, oh, it's gonna be a draw. What is he gonna do? He'll check and then take. I don't care. Even if you do check, I could just go like this. So maybe he gave up the one advantage he had. You check like this, I move. You check like this, I block. You check again. You check again, I could just move again. Okay, good, good. Oh, fuck. Maybe I could still... I mean, the horse is typically the useless piece in these scenarios. Okay, I didn't even see that, honestly, but you can't blame me. But even if I had, maybe that simplifies it down to such a fine science that you just keep moving back and forth. This is the only one that matters, so... I almost have to just like start pre-moving or something. Yeah, try to dissect and figure out the horse. If you beat me with the fucking horse in a situation like this, more power to you. Although that was already a fuck up, kind of. I didn't even think about what I was doing there, but it's okay. He would take, I would take. And then I'm gonna have a lot of trouble covering both of those. He can't come in. Look at his clock, though, dude. Yeah, that was kind of a mistake, I'll admit. I don't know why I did that. So now all the horse has to do is, like, target either of these. Or, like, both. Or the king can target one. So my king almost wants to be, like, totally on the other side here. If he's attacking this, I have to cover it. And I can vacillate between these two squares. Or maybe I can try to do that to stop the thing from coming in a little bit. Look how much harder it is, though. Like, with any other piece, even a bishop here wouldn't be half bad. Fucking... Okay, it's not being attacked, though, at least. We come like this. He'll double attack it. It's just over. Maybe I should go with my own brazen attack. Go ahead and do it. He would take, I would take... It wouldn't matter. You can just do it. Like... Oh. Keep attacking the horse. Maybe he'll fuck something up. You really have to go super speed now. Come on, it'll be one of these two moves. It'll be one of these two. Or maybe not. Or maybe. Ah, the king is going to be the problem, not the fucking horse. You can always come back and cover this. Yeah, he's pretty good with it. Pretty impressive horse. I don't know. That was pretty good by him, though. Despite the fact that... You just move the king. Maybe you give me a stalemate. That'd be fucking hilarious. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I'll take it. What? I was almost rooting for the guy. There must have been a way out of that. You could have just moved like the king or something. I mean, I'll take it. See now, look, dude, that is a moral victory because that should have been a loss by every metric, by material, by position, by style of play, by the blunder early of the rook, by the time. I mean, if you can get a draw from that, you deserve to fucking do this, after all. What the fuck? That's why you don't give up, right? That's why you don't resign, at least. That is impressive. But look at the time difference. Like, I don't even understand that myself. Like watch the clock the whole time. Right, 29 to 29. Somewhere along the line, I actually start playing pretty fast, and apparently it doesn't cost me the game. This was obviously the big mistake with the rook. This position just kind of tilted me, though. Like, it was too complicated, and I couldn't figure out anything of what to do. That still wasn't even a blunder, apparently, according to the engine, which is laughable. At this level, it is a blunder, because nobody's going to know what to do with it. These are all fine moves. It's still pretty much even. So where does it fuck up? Great move to take the queen, even though I was the one offering it up. That's still not a passed pawn, so I could stand by that decision. I think most of these moves by me must have been correct, because otherwise... Right, it wouldn't have gotten to that point if I fucked up too much here. Although it didn't really feel like he fucked up that much either, so I guess he really... That's a blunder. That's surprising. But whatever it was, he didn't punish me for it too much. You're supposed to just take the horse, but that gives you a passed pawn. Then you lose for sure. I guess there must be something worse that he could theoretically do, but... That was a rough game, and it doesn't even lead to anything, so... Great move, take. See, this is what I mean. You can always never count the... What's the saying? Like, never underestimate the horse's ability to fuck things up. That's why I put my faith in the horse here. If it was anything but the horse, you have 0% chance. What is that expression from? It's like something stupid, like from... some sports show or something where he's like the Dallas Cowboy. Oh yeah, like they're an accident waiting to happen. The horse is an accident waiting to happen, dude. Look at this piece, dude. What a nightmare. There must have been something better he could have still done there. Yeah, I just move the horse, just kind of keep dicking around for a little bit. I just need a minute after that. I can't do another one for a second here. Should do like maybe a 10-minute game. So the big mistake early there, he didn't punish me for, was I just hung the rook for the bishop. And so I have to not do stuff like that. And that was even after calculating for like a minute. Okay. 82 versus 78. Okay. Yeah, even if you turn a loss into a draw, that will help preserve a lot of time here, because obviously that would have set me back even more. So I'm 33. Mathematically, you're looking about 10 games you have to win, right? But that would assume that you're not losing any in the process. 643 games played. High is 1732, but that doesn't count because obviously it's provisional. That's like, well, that means that I must have at least won the first game, because I think when you make your account, it asks, like, what's your level of experience with chess? And if you choose, like, the highest, you start at, like, 17. So I wouldn't have gotten 732 without winning one. But I'm also playing against some other clown who thinks they're better than what they are, right? Who probably said the same thing. I just don't have the... Like, I just need to take a minute. I can't do it. Read some fucking news articles, do a React Andy. Carlsen captures sole lead in penultimate day of rapid chess. Abu Satarov convincing... Oh, there was one interesting story I saw. Kind of like unintentionally, just randomly. There was this woman who didn't wear her hijab or whatever. Hijab, chess, player... Right, like they're forced to wear it, and then she didn't wear it, something like that. Drama. Video emerged of her, appeared to show her headscarf to drop. Okay. Takes part. Look, there's news stories about it. This is what news has come to. Iranian chess player moving to Spain after competing without headscarf. What do the two have to do with each other, though? Like, she's exiled to Spain because she wouldn't wear it? Or she's just choosing to move to Spain, or what? I don't get it. Competes without. Okay, good for her, but... Why is chess not mixed gender? There is no reason other than tradition. For a long time, chess was predominantly male activity. Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of an internal fallacy there, like with, you know, women could be just as good at chess as men, but just on average, I think a lot of, I guess I can't prove it, but there must be studies done on it. Like, a lot of women just didn't play chess growing up as much as men. I honestly feel that's really the only reason why, which has changed over time, but like saying that there shouldn't be a women's GM title isn't negative against women. It's actually positive for women because it's saying you don't need that special category. You can just be a GM. And over time, you know, there have been obviously the Polgar. 2 out of the 3 Polgar sisters are actual GMs. One of them is a woman's GM, which I guess I misspoke before and said that they all 3 were. I didn't realize that, but still, like, you don't really need that category anymore, in my opinion, but I don't get why they're bringing up Spain there. Okay, she's moving to Spain, so what does that have to do with anything? I can't deal with that last game. Like, what? I can't fuck up the rook there. I have to reflect. I have to understand what the stakes are here, dude. Why did I do that? He let me off the hook. Like, what is the best move there? Let's answer that question. You start the game. No, these people want to fucking try hard. I'll try hard too. Look, let's learn from our mistakes. Let's study the fucking game at 1100 rating. Is this what you want? It's not even a blunder. Like, why the fuck isn't that a blunder? It makes a significant difference on the evaluation bar. I can't understand why it wouldn't be. How is that not a blunder? You're supposed to move the other rook here, which has no immediate relevance to anything that's going on. In a way, it makes me kind of nervous about this square, right? So I wouldn't have done that. But this pawn is always so fucking annoying to cover. Like, let's play it out a little bit and see what would have happened. Okay, what would he do? Of course, he wouldn't have done this because he's not a chess computer either, so clearly. Look, it's even having trouble. That's how you know a position is a little bit wonky. Like, why would it take that long? Yeah, I expected that horse move, but now you're compelled not to take. So let's see what we should have theoretically done there. I don't think I've ever been so tilted by it, like a secondary game, right? Like by hard modes and stuff I can understand, or other things, but like by like a card game or by like chess or something, I've never been this tilted as I am just by knowing that it's this hard to get to 1200 here. Like, why is it this difficult? Something is wrong. Okay, so you obviously don't take, I wouldn't say. I just want to do it in principle now. Like, I don't even care, truthfully, but I care just to say, like, why shouldn't I be able to do it? I'm obviously just doing this to bait out the, like, whatever the right move is, because I couldn't even begin to guess. Like, these moves are not human moves. Like, nobody would do this, especially at this low level. Like, it's sort of like, what is that, the objective mind conversation we had? Like, your hand could be getting bitten by a bear or something, right? But you could be thinking about what you're gonna have for dinner tonight, or the secrets of the universe, right? The human mind is capable of being objective in ways that have nothing to do with their physical state. So there's the physical state of what is immediately happening, but your mind doesn't have to just only think about that. It can think about anything at any time. That's the whole beauty of it. The two don't have to be tied together. So that was like the term we came up with, like, the human function thinks about what's in front of them, about what their tasks are, and they're defined by that, right? Like, you think about school, you think about work, Like your mind is reduced to a functional state, the human function. And then you have the objective mind, which can think about anything at any time. But this is like with the computer, the analogy is like it's thinking about something that has nothing to do with what a normal human being's mind would think about. Like, wouldn't you be concerned like, oh, there's a trade, there's a piece, there's something happening here? Nope. We're just gonna move a random fucking pawn because we're too smart for that. Okay, I'll take a minute after that last one. That is not a normal game, right? I need some time to process that. What the fuck? Okay, let's do another one. Just try not to make it. What bothers me more, I don't even care. Like, oh, it's good that it's a draw. I shouldn't have done that rook move, so that's what I have to be more careful in the early game. That bothers me more than anything, because that would have obviously made it a loss. 1170. So these are going to give or take an average of 10, like 8 to 10 rating. This is all pretty basic stuff. You can either move the horse or the bishop. I don't mind mirroring back. Have to make sure we don't misclick when we're doing those stupid arrows. That should be fine. It's good to be paranoid. It's good to doubt yourself. Certainty is a sin, and doubt is good. It's a virtue. He's taking this, so the obvious reactive move is this, but... Okay. Now, what about, like, this? Because what this does is it allows the horse to come in. Oh, but then you can block and cover with the horse like that for the fried liver sequence, I guess. You could also do this, and then you can rely on being able to pin it down. But if you do it, then he'll just do it right away, but then I'll just take still. So either you go like this, or you go like this. I'm scared about this kind of move, because I don't really understand it. It forces you to react, and then in that much time, he's able to come there. So then your only choice is to come here, which I guess isn't as bad of a move as I normally think, but it just kind of scares me. So he doesn't do it. Now, an additional problem opens up here. That is, now the pin down is available. The pin down is available. So, like, why not make a move like this? Because it shuts down both the fried liver and the bishop. So why wouldn't you do this? What could be bad about it? I don't really see anything. Okay, we'll just do it. Can't escape the Plants vs. Zombies music, which isn't even Plants vs. Zombies music, apparently, when I'm not even doing that hard mode. If you come there, this is one of the most annoying moves in all of chess that is almost impossible to stop. And so what do you do about it? You can still put this here, but that at least removes the pin down possibility. So it won't be a problem that it's getting attacked by that. Okay, don't worry about the time. We've shown that we are an expert on recovering from stuff like time pressure. It's just like a matter of pride at some point. Like, there's no way that I can't do this. There's no way. You come like this, you develop the bishop, you come like that. This will teach me a certain discipline that I think I've lost, though. Like, I'm not patient anymore, I'm not consistent anymore with whatever it is, whether it be hard modes or anything else. Like, there is no if, like, oh, if I don't do it, like, I have to do it. So now that isn't covered. The horse is not covered. And so you can do something wild here and then fuck up and then lose because of it. I bet. The act of moving the horse The act of moving the horse will allow him, okay, he takes here, but I could take. He takes here, but I could take. He comes in, and he's threatening mate. That's why you can't do it. As much as that seems like a cute little sequence. You could castle first, and then do it. He could come like this, and then I wouldn't be able to take because he would just be checking. It would allow him to come in like this, just very strange position. I'm very confused by this. Okay, you come like this. Doesn't work. He's got too much cover. I guess I could do the annoying horse move myself. Why does this one work? Like, it doesn't necessarily win you anything, but it's just weird. You can't take it. Would he actually do that? I just don't know. The act of doing this will allow him to come here, which would allow me to come here. If I come here, this would shut down a lot of what he's able to do. So you come like this. At some point, you can open that. So the only way to push this out is really to move the horse, and then either that opens this up or it opens this up. The act of moving my horse should allow me to take the thing. And now there is no follow-up threat because... Oh, I guess he could come here. Wait. I go here, he goes here, I go here, he goes here still. Wait, why does it still work? Oh, but he can't go there because... Wait. He's threatening that, which is not the end of the world. That doesn't even bother me too much. Why? I'm so obsessed with getting something out of this, but it's just gonna backfire on me. If I do this, he can take with this, he can take with this. I don't care. But I take this to... The point is, if I do it and then he comes here, then I can't take it, and he's threatening mate. And then I can't even come back. Kind of making it more complicated than it really needs to be, but it just looks so right for the taking. The bait horse for the ages. For some reason, I don't want a castle here, which is something I don't know. I don't feel comfortable doing it as long as that threat is there for some reason. If you take that, I don't care. That doesn't... Well, actually, I kind of do care, but... I'm going to just continue developing. I don't see any immediate threat necessarily. I have to stop kind of talking through them because, like, it is faster, whatever low level you're at or high level, doesn't matter. It's obviously still faster to just think through it than to say it. As slow as I already am. What is this? Oh, that's a good song. Speaking of the Iranian chess player, that's actually an Iranian movie, if I'm not mistaken. From like 2011. I don't remember putting that in the playlist, though. Take. That would be okay, I guess. So the queen could come here unabated. There is no question about it. Is there some reason to take with this and then you force the horse out? Let me think about it. I just don't like doubling the pawns for no reason. And there's nothing you can do about this bishop either, which is in a decent spot. At least not immediately. You got to open this, though, so it has somewhere to go, so you don't guarantee the take on the... You could do like this. He comes like this. So we'll take it, obviously. I'm just thinking ahead. Have to show a great amount of patience, both in each game and in the games as a totality, because of how many I'm going to have to do. I could take this anytime I want. I just never know, right? Is it worth it to do it now? Is it worth it to do it if he comes here? I just never understand that stupid ass piece. If this position is so desirable... Okay, now that tempts me to castle because... He'll come here and he'll be threatening mate. But he can't even do it. He's threatening the bishop more importantly. This would be a double stack, but it might be a double stack that somehow helps him. I could take... He's just like sandwiched between the horses. I could take one, I could let one take me, I could take it from here, and I'm going to opt to do none of those because I don't want to do the trade. How about that? But effectively, he can do it anyway, so... It's almost like I have to do it with this one, because if I do it with this one, well, I'm still worried about the potential threat that poses. But if I do it with this one, then he can just do like... No, maybe he can't. This disrupts his center pawn in a... I don't know. Like, even this now, it's awkward to cover that, isn't it? The queen can cover it. I think it's more important to me to do this. Look at how long I'm not castling. But I feel like there's always some immediate thing I have to do. Because if I don't do it now... He threatens it from here. No, he can't. I just don't want that bishop to die. Okay, if I... Comes like that. Comes like that, I could do this. He comes like that, I would have time to escape by most appearances. Let's think about what the queen can do. The queen can come here to cover this piece, which otherwise is pretty difficult to cover, I will say. This threat doesn't have a ton of merit to it right now. I think it's fine. Now I would have no inhibition about doing that because... Or rather, I wouldn't have to do it. I could do this in the meantime. And then, even if he takes, I still take. The time is okay. You gotta play it to the point where you don't enjoy it anymore and you don't want to play it anymore. That's what it takes to be good at it. Or even moderate at it, mediocre at it. That's really what some of this shit does, is it just takes the fun out of it. Could any of the whole engine preconceived kind of like... Obviously there was always some amount of that, like obviously people would study things and read books about it, but... Imagine playing chess blind. Blind playthrough of chess. I mean, this seems like the obvious kind of threat that you would do. It engages the queen. If you come like this, I take. The follow-up would be this, to which I wouldn't really have a response. Also, this is just kind of a good move to make. There's no question about it. Although in a weird way, you could do like this and this. And the reason why you would do that is because then it would shut off the diagonal completely, but it leaves this pawn completely naked, which is why you would make a rook move maybe like that. Okay. You could either threaten this with the queen, or you could go like this. No. Yes. I could actually do this, because if he takes, I take, he takes, I take. Right? If he takes with the horse, I take with the horse. If he takes with the bishop, I take with the queen. That seems like a good move. I don't know how long that's been available or why I didn't think of it before. I'm a little bit confused about this because I don't want to do that. But we'll figure it out later. The point is to preserve this diagonal. Like, I don't want him to have that at all. And I definitely want to preserve mine, which he can't really stop because there is no pawn there. He would take... I don't want to do that. Fuck, this stupid position. I don't know what this pawn is doing. I come like this. He would take, I would take... Wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Technically, it's not bad, but... I just don't understand it. What if we just leave it? He'll come like this. I could come like this. I'm going to leave that one. So if I do this, there should be no additional threat posed. He comes like this with the queen. It's fine. He comes like this. I take, I take. Yeah, that was my mistake. Like, imagine trying to have fun playing a game at a low level. No, you have to be a tryhard at every level. Reminds me so much of League of Legends always. Like, people are playing in an unranked casual game or like a bronze or something, and they want to act like a tryhard and talk shit. Like, dude, you suck. We all suck. Not saying you shouldn't try to win and you shouldn't try to play better, but that allows him to move this pawn, which doesn't bother me in the slightest. The act of doing this is an acceptable, valid, legal move, but I don't want to do it. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. If he comes there, then play the same thing out again. Or he comes like this, he comes like this. I could just take. Can't do this. I kind of want to threaten this. I kind of want to do this. These are two moves on my mind right now. Gotta choose the opportune moment to do them, though. The horse I'm fine with just letting sit there. Which of these two is better? This is like the game that some streamers were playing, like, oh, you know, GM plays with fucking, what's his name? Mr. Beast or somebody. And he's like, oh, I have a GM's help, but they can't tell me what to move, like what move to make. They can only tell me what piece to move or something like that. So like this would be like they give you two moves, one is good and one is bad, and you have to choose which one is better. And of course that would still be hard because you don't know what the fuck you're doing because we all suck. Okay, let me think. The queen comes up and threatens. That's just an excuse for him to bring his queen in, to which I have no response. This would be an okay pawn structure. The only question mark is this one. I can't do like this and this, though. I could do like this and this, though. Maybe that's too ambitious. I could either do this or I could do this. And the reason why I could do this is because by the time he can threaten it, I would already be here. and I would already be here. So it makes this pawn maybe kind of weak. Seems to be okay. That's kind of an overly ambitious move, though. You could have just as easily done that. So I had 2 moves that I said I could do, and then I do a 3rd one. Amazing. If ever I followed my own advice, I would never fucking lose at anything. So the big pawn here is the e5, which I have no idea how to use at all here, but we'll just leave it there for now. So this one is extremely weak. Now that move is not very hard to predict. And I am able to still do this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Like, how many times do I have to see this before I understand? Like, is it good? Is it bad? Like, now I don't have a choice because this is double stack. So why would I undouble his pawns and give him rook development? You come like this. He takes, I take. He takes, I take. Oh, but it gives him back that diagonal. That's why. Oh, you know what, though? Here's where the horse comes in handy. I can still do it, but I don't have to take with that one. So preserve the double stack, preserve the block diagonal, but he would take, I would take. Oh, fuck. He could still... Wait, but he'd be giving up a horse, wouldn't he? He takes a pawn, I take a pawn. He takes a horse, no. I could just let him take. I could just let him take. Take with the rook. He would take, I would take. And if he puts more pressure, that's fine. I can just keep doing the same. I'm double covering. That's fine. I could have taken, I could have pushed, but I choose to do something else entirely. The whole focus is you cannot let him have this diagonal, or at least I don't want to let him have it. Which so much trouble could have been saved by just like trying to trade a horse for it. This is why the bishop is so god tier and you have to just always account for it. So the goal would be to come here and then come here. I kind of do want to play Hearthstone, speaking of, but I have to do this first. Fucking try to see how far I can go with that theme deck. Okay, that's a move I never quite contemplated. If I take, he takes. There's no reason to really do that. I could keep going. Little ballsy kind of play. And then the assumption is that I'd be able to do this guaranteed. But I can't guarantee that. That might actually trap the bishop, because if you go here and then I go here, then you go like this. I don't think I could actually get out of that. I could come like this and then this. Look at the time, dude. The goal is to come here. Oh man. Why is this so fucking difficult? It's fine, dude. You want to try hard? I can try hard too. Try harding at 1100 on a fucking website that is probably still deflated compared to, or inflated compared to real life, like FIDE. This is really what you want to do with your life, dude? How many thousands of games you've played? Joined in 2017? What a weird move that would be. Like, you would be covered, but what the fuck am I doing with it? The point is... Oh, you know, I could just come back here, and then that would still guarantee it, because I would take, he would take, I would take, and then it guarantees that I can come here, and then I can just chill. You have to move the horse, I take the pawn, and I'm not afraid of shit. Or I could just go back. You can just sit there, but like, why? It's gonna come back to bite me. Ah, this is so hard to decide. I would take, he would come up, I would go back, he would take, I would take. Too complicated. This is what I have to do to win one pawn. It's like do a whole fucking algebraic equation. I would take it. If I come here, it's kind of stupid, isn't it? There's two moves. Either you go here or you go here. If I go here, he attacks it. I try to escape, but he takes it with the stupid horse. So if he takes it with the... I don't want to give up the bishop, though. I'm not going to do it. Fuck the pawn. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. We should at least guarantee this secure position, and we have the diagonal. You better fucking win me the game after I do that for you. This is how much I value bishops. Like, it's kind of irrational at times. He would take... I would take... And then he has a passed pawn. Yeah, I probably should have just done it, but... I don't know. You take back with the horse, even. And it is a pretty strong diagonal in and of itself. If he takes, I take. Most important thing is that light square diagonal. I don't know what the fuck this pawn is doing now either. Nothing, basically. We'd have like a double threat, but it's not actually a threat on that one. He comes up. Let him take. I take. We're just not going to be able to sustain it the whole way, are we? Like, could be up a pawn, but whatever. We'll threaten this one. You can obviously still cover it, but it's about time. See, I'm very patient with the queen these days, which I do like. I don't feel like you have to, especially since I'm not a very aggressive player anyway. There's no point just exposing it to danger early. You may as well just go for whatever. So if he comes like this, I would take, he would take, I would take. This pawn structure is very bizarre to me. Like the old, when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, like I just don't even want to take it. Ever. Like it's good to be a little bit disciplined, but I think I'm doing it too much now. And that allows him to do this. I forgot about that. But you know what? It's not. Comes like this. I would take, he would take. All this for the diagonal, dude. Come like this, you can just attack it. I would take, he would take. Yeah, the whole double diagonal there was nice, but now I lost it. I guess I can just wait. If I'm attacking a pawn, I could come back and do the double threat again. I would take, he would take, I would still take, I would still take. I don't care about this one, I care about this one. I would take, he would take, I would take, or no, wait. Oh, it's mine, I don't have to take it. But he's doing the double threat. Or wait. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And then I'm double threatening him. If he takes, I'd still come back and take. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. 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 Okay. Now the queen comes into play. Finally. For both of us. I mean, to be fair, he's been pretty patient with his too. So we still shut this down, but we have to keep this in mind. I don't know actually what this pawn is going to be for me. I'm like this. Take. He can't take. If I push, then we'd be threatening a mate. I mean, I like this move, but I don't know what exactly he's up to. We're also threatening here. If he pushes, nothing really happens. If he pushes here, let him take, I take. I don't really know what to do actually if he pushes here. Fucking. Let him take, I would take, he would take. There's nothing that rook can do that would be too impactful. So, but it doesn't really change what's happening either. Our pawns are basically all just fucked up. Everything's just down the tube. So he moves the stupid rook. Come on. Why am I even putting it here? It was in a better spot before. One of those cheeky, cheap little threats that accomplishes basically nothing. There's no way to double cover this anyway. He comes there. It doesn't matter. But I can still just let him take. If he keeps going, that's fine. If he takes, I could take back. He could take back. I could cover. This one almost doesn't need a cover, but whatever. Let's just do this. So if he takes, I take. Oh, shit. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. You should have just played 10-minute chess. Then people are fucking morons and blunder pieces all the time. This is like my whole, I don't know, immersive ideation, like how I play single-player games and stuff too. Like if it's worth playing, it's worth actually playing to a proper conclusion where both people have enough time, although evidently I still don't have enough time, it seems like. Look at that, man. That shows you I'm trying. I don't want to take anything. Let him take. Defensive philosophy. Take, 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 take. Push. This is kind of scary how deep he's gotten that, but I kind of just said, fuck it. Come like this. Come like this. Take, take. Come like this. This isn't even covering anything now. Take, take. I just want to do this. That's all I have on my mind now. Push a thing. If he worries about it, I just check. Seems like a reasonable sequence of moves. It would still be covering this. He wouldn't be able to push it out. He comes like this, doesn't matter. He comes like this, doesn't matter. He pushes this. It actually kind of does matter because I can't do a whole lot about it. Maybe you can come here and it can't be prevented. I don't exactly know. It's possible I've had this even for a while, but the point is you have to push this at some point. I'm looking at this side. He's looking at this side. Take, 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 take. Not sure what the rook is really doing there. I could threaten this. This isn't under threat, so this is free to move. Maybe it does it a little bit earlier than anticipated. I would take, and then he would obviously take. Definitely not a move I expected. This is unchanged because of the rook. I could do like this, so then he would take, I would take. That is pretty unbelievably good actually by him. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Still fine. Do like the little yo-yo, but that doesn't even work because with the yo-yo you always have to go past. You would need like a square 0 and then put the queen there after, which almost never works even, but what of my attack ideas ever does work, am I right? He would, oh wait, he would take, I would take, he would, it would still be the same, but I almost just fucked up there on account of the rook. If he keeps going, it's fine, I guess. It's possible I actually missed it there, because if I had gone there first, then he wouldn't have had, whatever. Give the check there. There's almost a, you do want to put the queen here. Take, take. That way, you bring the bishop to give the final check. If it becomes like this, I actually have to move the bishop away, though. Dude. Yeah, he's stream sniping me. Fucking imagine using that as an excuse. Take. That would allow me to take here, but it wouldn't. But that can't be right. You're right. He would take, I would take. I would take, he would take, or I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I don't know. I would take a queen, rook. If he takes, I could just take. No, I wouldn't be able to take, but I would save mine. I don't care. Even if they do stream snipe, I should still be able to beat them. Like, this, it doesn't matter. That was kind of uncanny, though. It's like 2 moves where as soon as I say it, he does it. But maybe we just calculate at the same very slow pace. As if you would even need to do that. Or as if that would even help you. You take with this. I take with this. You could give a check and then you take here. But then I would have already taken. I can give a check from here, and then it almost guarantees something good happens as a result. So if you now I could either take, or I could take, he addresses the take, I check, or wait, he can't, he's forked because he's forked. So if you address one threat, I do the other. Okay. Yeah, that's the definition of a fork. take. So you got to do something. Only way out would be like to give a check, which you can't do. No back rank, no shenanigans. I do have a check open, but I don't see it as being particularly good. I could take the pawn on G3. He takes back, I take back. But at least I should win a bishop from this, but probably somehow he'll still escape it. I'm not even gonna calculate what he's gonna do. I don't know what he's gonna do. He just resigns the game. Fuck this guy. He's a dumbass. He's a real fucking moron. No, we get all sensitive, so you'll know he's listening. Take. Take. It'll only take about 10 more of these. Let's just enjoy it. Let's just get into the fucking spirit of it. I don't really have a ton of time to be doing this. So he could win one of these pawns one way or the other, although this one's kind of dangerous. So if he decides this one, we could maybe make something happen with that. Never want to get these two too close together. He takes that one. I could double take. He's going to do some kind of back rank, though, I bet. Just somehow, some way. Take. Or no, I can't even double take. Never mind. They don't go too fast, despite... I wouldn't even mind the queen trade now, but I don't know if I'm entirely confident enough to do it. Like, check, take, we have a passed pawn. He doesn't. I have more pawns in general. He doesn't. I have a perfect file for it. He doesn't. There's a lot of good things. He should probably take with the... Wait, what? Oh, I'm not paying attention, clearly. Clearly. I could still do it, though, actually. Please just let me fucking do it. You can take the other pawn, take the other stupid pawn. Dude, do it. So we're threatening here, we're threatening there. We're threatening the pawn here. He's got to keep the rook attached. If they're rarely seen triple stack, which is never good. Now I know how GMs feel. Whether it's actually true or not, it almost would feel like it. Especially when you have this much time, especially when my fucking link is in my profile. That won't save you, dude. I'm garbage. Yeah, go ahead, burn your stupid clock. 11 minutes, I got 3. I go super speed mode at this stage in the game. So I'm only really up plus 2 pawns because you could easily just take one way or the other. Would it be worth it to do this, I wonder? I don't really know. I do have the passed pawn. Go ahead, take your time. Take your time, dude. Fuck it. Doesn't bother me at all. No back rank, no checks, no nothing. Nothing. He could actually compel the same thing his own way. It'd be fine. You would think the obvious move would just be to do this. And you would think the obvious move back would be this, but I don't have the time or the confidence to do that. I keep thinking like I'm gonna do this. Don't fucking check there. Yeah, 10 minutes. Let the wick burn, dude. Old school chess. Dimly lit by candlelight. They didn't have these little sexy fancy timers where you keep hitting the thing. Whoever's candles burn out first wins. I wonder if they actually did that in some capacity. I mean, I guess they could just have somebody keeping time, but... So we have a double threat on the pawn, which seems to have broken his brain. You would check here, you could take a rook for free. Maybe I have something better than I even realized. I have like a mate in 2 that I'm completely oblivious to. Comes there. He would take, I wouldn't be able to take. Too bad you won't have your queen to be able to do it though, huh? Minor inconvenience. You have a passed pawn here. That's the biggest, most important thing. And if I just double stack on that, I don't really see what you can do. But I'm sure you'll find a way. You could take this. You'd be kind of a fool not to. Maybe I should create the double stack first just to be absolutely sure of no shenanigans. Although somehow he's going to bring his king in and still do some dumb shit, I bet. Wouldn't put it past him. The biggest difference is not only am I plus 2 pawns, but one of them is passed very comfortably in the middle. But somehow I'm still going to fuck it up. These ones, I mean... I mean, the most basic thing I think would just be to do that. This would be one of those, oh, GM pre-moves 10 moves in a row, ha ha ha. Because it's so obvious and predictable what you end up doing. But, let's just be careful. He pushes, so he takes, I take. He's going to check from somewhere like this. I don't really know what to do with that. I certainly can't take anyway. Now I get too comfortable and I'll make a mistake. He takes, I take. He's going to give all kinds of crazy checks now. The problem is I still might not be able to block every single check that he might be inclined to do, right? Because you always want one to be hugging up against it. So we got to watch some potential attack. Could be dangerous. In fact, I won't even say it now. How about that? We know what it is, but I won't even say it. He comes here. He's double attacking. I guess I could do the same. He would give a check and take. Although not really. I could just keep coming back and forth. So the only threat is here. So he would take, I would take, or he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I don't entirely understand the meaning of this. Biggest factor here is definitely time. I have to keep that in mind. We'll do the other one, I guess. Why not? Maybe. What? Oh, I'm actually stupid, and I don't know how it works. Okay. So you'll take the pawn. That's fine. That's fine. I don't know exactly what I should be doing here. I have to make it difficult, dude. Every fucking thing. Take the stupid pawn, then you might be closer to promoting than I am. What's he gonna do with that? Well, why wouldn't I just save this if that was gonna be the... I have no idea what that move does. Man. Come like this, you can threaten check, you can take a pawn. Comes behind, I take first. If he uncovers, I keep going. $145 left. We take a pawn. We push a pawn. We give a check. We have all these options available. He can't check. He can't do anything. I take. Can't take the other one. So we'll have at least one or the other. Wait, what? Okay, I didn't necessarily see that. He can go ahead. He can double attack. I can double cover. I can give a check myself. But that kind of just maybe helps him. Maybe it would make more sense somehow to do it from here, but I don't know why. Now, you know what? Let's just do this. And then if he tries to get all cheeky with the king, what we could do is push the other one. He kind of blocked it himself, didn't he? You would think I could just keep giving checks here in general anyway. Like... Your first move can't be to take that. Yeah, you keep blocking it, dude. You would take, I would take. What is it? He's gonna move. Oh, actually, this is kind of bad, though, because... No. No, dude, you fucking... I should even say it. I just can't do it. Yeah, these people are too good. I think I'll just concede right now. I give up. Forget it. Forget it. It's impossible. Like, look at how I'm burning the clock. I won't be able to do it. Just fucking impossible. I'm probably still winning there. I just don't know how to actually do it. Yeah, who cares? We have other chess sites. I just can't do it. It's just gonna take like literally a fucking 24-hour stream today and tomorrow, and I still won't be able to do it. So fucking slow. Winning the whole way, dude. What is this? Great move. So what was I supposed to do? That's apparently a blunder. And then it still swings back the other way too. So taking the pawn was a blunder, but moreover, what should I have done? I should have covered there. Or even if I give a check, that probably can't be too bad either, can it? Couldn't be worse than what I did. Like, more importantly, just like here, that's a blunder. So why is that a blunder? What am I supposed to do? Just push the pawn? Who would do that? What human being would do that? Probably one with a brain, ha. I mean, I'll still keep trying, but that just... I don't know. I just don't really accept that one. Like, everything is right. Just study endgames, lol, because that's probably a fucking endgame that you see, right? 100 times. I've never seen that before. That exact one. I still, even after seeing it, I still don't get it. Like, I still wouldn't do that move where I push a pawn or something stupid. Give me a couple easy wins at least, man. But there are no easy wins. This is 1200, 1100. What do you think this is? You think 1100 is supposed to be easy? Fucking everybody's just cheating. Let's just use the Magnus. Let's do what the best player in the world would do. Be a fucking little bitch and say everybody's cheating. So fucking stupid. At least here it's more plausible than his theory, right? That, oh, anal beads or whatever the fuck people are dick riding him, agreeing with whatever, you know, somebody says. At least online I can understand it, but come on. Okay. I'll just do it all day. Whatever the outcome is the outcome. It's not even about winning or losing. It's like the way that these things are happening is like so retarded. But you know what? I did my part. Well, you know what? We shouldn't have lost with 37 seconds. We should have lost with 0. We should have still thought it through more. But I think at that point, there's really nothing you can do. Boy. We draw 1 and we lose 1. So now we have to win one to get back where we started. So just mathematically, we're talking about like 10 to 12 games. If we win 10 or 12 in a row, we could do it that way. Just win 12 in a row. What is my longest streak? Like, how do you even see those on here? I forget. Like, let's look at analytics or something. Take a little break. I think every game I need a break after it, whether I win or not. I'm just tilted by the whole experience of doing this. It's actually just not even fun, but how do you even see that? Oh, insights. Now, some of this is like, oh, these are at least recent. The 28 won, 14 lost. That's a pretty good ratio, at least, right? This is since like basically coming back. I would assume last 30 days it would have had to have been 5 drawn, which I don't like. 5, but what are these? What are these, wins or what? It's just like overall games played. 78 isn't too bad. 79, 82. So I play better. Obviously, it gets inflated by certain things, but still. Accuracy by move number. Apparently, the end game must be 0 because we just can't ever win a game at the end. Rating wise, I thought I beat somebody who was 1200, or they must have been just right on the cusp of it. You can't really go by this because it's so few, but that is kind of maybe a bad sign, right? We can beat 11s, but we can't beat 12s. Similar players, resignation, everybody's a quitter. Intense, sudden. We lose whenever it's smooth. Although there aren't that many to really use, but it's better to use the recent ones because the other ones don't really count. Something about this I just find odd though. Because like if you go by real life ratings, there's a bigger difference than even on here. There's a 900 difference here, but there's like a, you know, there's like 1,000 difference in real life. 1900 versus 28, 8, whatever. It's also 9, I guess, but inflated. No balance, a lot of giveaways. Results that ended in the middle game. Doesn't really feel like that. Move quality, 1 brilliant move. Will it show me which one? I don't really remember. Something like, oh, I think just by castling or something. Yeah, why wouldn't it give you an option? Look at them here. It obviously knows what it is because it kept track of it. Best move is 36%. That doesn't seem bad. Excellent is 21. Good is 13. Book is 8. Like, if you look at this number, that looks like a good, you would win the majority of your games. I guess it is still the majority, but 5% inaccuracy, 6% mistake, 3% blunder. Doesn't seem that bad, but move quality over time. I don't know how to even read this. Like, so I've gotten worse over time, I guess, a little bit. I don't know. Over the short amount of time that I've been back to this website. Average accuracy per piece. You would think the knight would be the worst. That's kind of hard to believe. Wow, really? It's actually my highest. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Games where you castled in the opening, no castling, but it doesn't tell you the results. Or no, it does. Opening is good. Middle game, no castling, you always lose or draw. In the middle game, you win 10. But see, it's hard to judge by that. So that's still a good ratio. You win 10 and you lose 6. You win 18 and you lose 7. I guess it's just better, but... Time of day, who really cares about that? Evening, I'm surprised I don't do more. I guess afternoon a little bit, because I never do it in the morning. Accuracy is pretty much the same. I'm dog shit no matter when I play. It's shockingly similar. Results by time of day. Geography, wait. I feel like I played so many people from different things. It makes it seem like it's all from the US. 23, 14 to 7, 2 to 0, France, Germany. I guess a lot of these tiny European countries you can barely see on there. Maybe that's what it is. Wait, how the fuck is she higher than... What? How is Alex higher than her? On here, that doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, I'll take another break and then just try more. Maybe it's the P set, although I do kind of like this P set. That last one was so unacceptable. I don't know. If I lose ones like this, I obviously can't do it. I'll just say that outright. Like, you have to win this one. Because you're winning. I mean, you're winning the whole way. I'm a better player than this guy, but at the end, because of time, obviously time is a legitimate factor, especially when you have this much time, but I just can't get over this one. Everything is just good. It'll take literally the whole day to even play like 10 games, so mathematically I just can't do it now, so why even bother trying? It's literally impossible to do. These guys would have to all lose in like the opening or something. The great move. So if I look at this sequence here, what... Even that I stand by. But like, what should I do now? That maybe earlier... You're supposed to move it though. Like, what is that? I shouldn't have pursued the pawn, I guess. That's a blunder. I'm just trying to bait the trade, really. What does he do? It's a missed win. What was the missed win? Take with this. Oh, right. That's even more obvious because I couldn't take that one. That makes sense. So let me get this straight. You're supposed to do this. That's just great. And you're still winning. Apparently. I couldn't explain it. I don't understand it. But okay. Even that's a mistake. I have like 2 moves and I still mess it up. I guess it was just too open, so I can't think straight with this little time. But look, still, it's a similar case where he was way up on time and then he started to sweat, right? Like he went from 18 to 6 to 7. So he's used 10 minutes, I've used like 4. So towards the end, I definitely do a good job managing time. I just don't understand this. That's a blunder. So I'm supposed to go where? Like, go here ahead of time. That makes sense, just to protect the king. And then... what? Openings and endgames are the most boring, stupid shit parts of the fucking game, I swear. They're so stupid and repetitive. And then it comes down to some minute little stupid thing that you studied. There's no, like... It's just repetitive. Okay, just... take a minute. That last game was incredibly tilting. Because if I can't... That is an objective win. So if you can't win a win, then you can't do this. Like, that's it. I should just give up. But... like, I don't have that much more time. Even if I win every single game, it's still going to be hard to do. Because I simply won't have enough time. I kind of boxed myself in with this 30-minute format, like... which, of course, is to my advantage, to my benefit. But, man, I don't know about this. Let's just pretend that one didn't happen. Should probably change the P set. This one's getting boring. I never get bored of the board though. Like I never even really notice it. As long as the colors are distinct, I could care less. Okay, king's pawn, same old thing. Maybe it's because I've been playing as black. Maybe that's the problem with it. Thanks for the follow, Knighton. How's it going? You come like this. This is probably the most tilted I've ever been playing chess, just because of the pure insulting nature of how low the rating is. I wouldn't mind if I was at 1500, like on the chess doing this, struggling to get to 16, but man, this site just really sticks it to you. So what do I do here? I'll just do this, although I don't necessarily like this trade. Even if it is good, I don't know how to really react to it, so I guess I'll just do this. It's the sort of thing as black I would be afraid of, but as white you probably want to do it. I would do it, he would do it, I would come in and cover. Like, I just don't want to try something that I'm not comfortable with here. So his is still under attack is the point. So what you could do is maybe try to pin it down, but by then I'm sure he's going to do something else. So a normal person would have just taken there. Or rather, pinning down wouldn't even have mattered, because now you could do something like this, because then even if I just trade, I could still take. So that does make a certain amount of logical sense. If you come here, it's fine. If you come here, it's fine. Although I wouldn't typically want to do that trade. So my pawn is safe, his pawn is not safe. He could theoretically do the same thing, go like bishop to b4, but I'm surprised that's not more of a joke or a meme. Like in before this or that, go like to b4 with a piece. Or like how people were making so many c4 memes whenever chess started to become big on Twitch or whatever. That was the most common thing I saw. But he's going to take the bishop, but it wouldn't matter. Well, it kind of matters, but we would get a pawn out of it. Oh, you know what? He would still get it back too, because I would take, but then he would take, but then I would take, but then he would still take. I mean, I guess it's fine, but it's awkward. So it is like a genius level sequence that he was able to effectively not lose anything in the process. The only logical move here is this. I'm almost afraid that people are stream sniping me now after the last one, because every time I would say something, he would do it immediately after. And in an opening like this, it doesn't feel that way, but in a proper sense, like that game was like very long, and so he would take like 5 minutes to move. Anyway, who cares? I don't make excuses, but that one was very tilting regardless whether he was doing that or not. Or no, maybe I'm wrong. He wasn't sniping. He was just cheating. He was just looking it up on an engine. But that was not a good loss. You can just come back now, though. He's a moron. Why would you do that when the whole point of that was to win the pawn? He doesn't know his own strategy. Now I can move my other horse back. Imagine if you get like a, you know, some kind of a fork there, but obviously not. We just save the pawn. The horse is safe. We can just move it back, and then we can finally castle. I think some of these games I've been waiting too long to castle, but sometimes I like to play like that. Just, you know, keep them guessing so they can't attack too much. They'll load up on the king side, and then you can bait them and castle queen side or something. This is going to be a long experience either way, so let's just not be impatient. So you could pin that down, although it's kind of too late. You could obviously just move it back. Oh man, he's still gonna get it. How does he keep doing this? Like, he failed to get it. Now he's still gonna succeed in getting it. Or you could do something weird like this, but then he'll push it out. And the act of him pushing it out will allow him to take. I guess it works better if he does just take it, because then you could put the queen and then attack or cover or whatever you have to do. So actually, he's not as clueless as I thought. But he'll obviously just take with the horse. Then even if I put the queen behind, so what? This move doesn't do much. You take the pawn, I take back, he takes back. You could maybe compel a queen trade, but it would almost come at the expense of my castle, so I don't want to. Or like he could take and then I could go here, but then he would still just be able to take. He's like me, he calculates moves that don't deserve calculation. This is one of those perfect ambient kind of songs that you don't even notice is really there. Yeah, there's no reason to really do anything else. You do that, and then... Oh, wait. Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize that would actually happen. Well... I guess it's not the end of the world, but that was pretty good by him. In fact, he probably shouldn't have even done that. The better move. Wow. Why are all of these positions so unique today? Like, they're not even... Not saying I'm familiar with all that much anyway, but... Something about this just is odd. So he's threatening here. You could bring an easy pawn to the center. I'm going too much like it's rapid now. You could obviously escape. You could pin this down still, which is kind of surprising. Basically, all you have to do is get the rook outside, and then you don't feel too bad. It's effectively a castle anyway. So we're going to unleash, do an uncover check with the king. But even if I don't, right, the horse covers here. This is fine. And so that still works out. So what now? You could move the king back inside. Just, not that I even really have to, but where would I want the dark square bishop? I almost wanted to go down this way. But no, I think I should probably do this. That way the rooks connect. So if he was to check and then take, then I can still take. Not that this isn't adequately covered anyway, but... And it also removes the back rank possibility because now you're one square out, so that's nice. But this one is a bit of a problem as far as I should probably just move it. So pretty even position. I thought I'd be up a pawn, but I guess you can't. I just can't get over the habit of underestimating these players, but it just feels appropriate to do it. And you see a lot less people you've played before on here just because it's actually more active than the chess. Probably just move the king, but somehow I don't know. Yeah, because he wouldn't even be able to go to the open file for now. Just because he hasn't connected them, so he has to work on that. Comes, he gives a check, which I didn't... yeah, I'm really not... thinking these moves through as much as I was before. The bad start, bad sign. Okay, it's fine. We can still get back ranked here, but just move this at some point just to remove the bishop threat and just to give myself some space, I guess. This is still covered by the horse. So it ends up being an effective castle, so he didn't really gain too much out of that. I would like this to go here, but it doesn't really make sense to me how to do it. Okay, so if we draw, it's a net waste of time. Where is this gonna go? They could try to create like a double stack, which probably wouldn't even work too well. There's no reason for me to take, because then he'll just get the open file for nothing. I honestly have no idea what I'm trying to do here. We could connect these, but that leaves me with even more questions about where I want to put... This is almost where you have to reverse the colors, like... I want them on light square so I can use the dark square diagonal, and so I can block his light square bishop. So let's just do it like that. If he takes, I have all the cover in the world, and then I'll have the open file, and then he won't be able to come back to the open file. because then I'll just take it. That's what you should do if you feel like somebody is sniping you. Like, you say the move, oh yeah, he should totally do this, I hope he doesn't do this, just to bait them, right? I think I saw Hikaru doing that before, but why people would do it at this level is beyond me. As if I even know what I'm doing enough to say what they're gonna do, right, in the first place. That you would trust me. Like, what? Oh, whoops, I just genuinely messed up and said he should do something that he shouldn't do. So I'd be doing like the same thing, like where, oh no, I blundered this, but I really did blunder it when I think I'm just baiting them or whatever. That happened a lot, actually. I always would think I'm doing some kind of trap, but then I miss something. So this is good, mainly because it blocks the light square diagonal. Although it might be hard to guarantee that. Stays there. I don't think I'm gonna have done as long of a chess stream as this in a long time. Like, this is gonna be one of the longest I've ever done, because it'll be all day, whether I succeed or fail. But this is good. It blocks it out completely. Although this one will be uncovered then. He would take... Yeah, I don't know how you really preserve a structure at that point. You would have to just... I don't know. It'll connect, so you just need a cover here, and then this one's naked. Obviously, I can't give up the open file. Although, see, now he could do a bit of a bait. That's why it's important to have another cover. You could bait, take, but then take and mate. But obviously, it wouldn't be. Just to get it out of there. He's made no effort to double stack. I think it would be a lot more dangerous if he had. If I was to take now, it wouldn't work as well. You see, you still want to preserve the pawn position, so you have to resist that novice mentality of just whenever there's combat going on, you just have to take something. You always have to trade, you always have to, you know, just take pawns, but there's so many times where it's better not to. Although it is often very, very hard to tell. Yeah, see, even this one started off the same way with me underestimating him by so much. You can just take it with the horse or the bishop. You can't take it with the rook, otherwise he'll take that. This pawn also concerns me. I don't really know. I mean, I guess the horse is least disadvantaged by coming here. The bishop is kind of awkward. Obviously, the rook you can't even do. Now, his rook is going to come out. And again, the bigger threat is the back rank, but we still do have this. Like, even if he was to do the bait take, I would still just be able to do that. But I should raise a pawn, definitely, at some point here. And that would also give the horse somewhere to go. I've already shown I can do it. Like, it's not about... I hate when people look at games like chess like that. Like, there's some inherent... Anybody can just have, like, a great game or, like, a bad game at any given time. And then they'll make an excuse like, oh, you know, he only lost because he messed up. But then meanwhile, you lose every game because you mess up. So what? It only counts when somebody who typically doesn't mess up does it? No, it counts even more then. Like, if you beat somebody who's much higher than you, all the times that you fucked up and blundered, you don't get to say, oh, I just blundered, that's why I lost. But then when the one time out of 50 you beat somebody, let's say somebody who's better than you, your dad or somebody, then they'll say, oh no, well, I just blundered, ha ha ha. That's so stupid. So this I don't understand. I hate when these pawns are just so naked like that, so it makes it a liability for the whole rest of the thing. If I come here, he'll just do this. Maybe I should do this first? See, the problem is that's actually a bad notion, because now that would still be a back rank even if I did that. That doesn't even solve the problem. If I come like this, he'll come like this. And then the horse is just kind of dancing around like a clown. Maybe I could put it here instead, which would still create the back rank possibility. Yeah, that's honestly almost what I'm looking at, is like, what if we go... What if we go here? So this prevents that from being an issue. So the back rank is off the table, and we could bring it here for some odd reason and then try to figure something out, or I don't know even where I want to go with it. Go like this, so we get to cover here. But this is very important to keep because it shuts down the bishop completely. For now. I've been kind of obsessed with doing that the last few games, which guaranteed a win last game, but somehow we still lost, just basically on time. The curse of my 30-minute preference is that even if you're winning it, it just takes a fucking eternity. If you come like this, if he moves it, I take. If he takes, I take. But that kind of messes up the king and the pawns and whatnot, so he would take, I would take. I don't like my rook just being on pawn duty here, but it's okay for now, I guess. You could do this first and then do this. If he moves up, though, you won't be able to take this because the horse will be under threat. That's the problem with that. I don't even have to move that, but like there's no possible threat there, actually. As if you would ever take a horse for a... That's how you know somebody's bluffing. Like, it's not even for a potential back rank. Why would a rook ever take a horse? It's just, you don't even have to think about it. At least a bishop you can rationalize in some vague sense in 1 out of a million games, but not the fucking horse. You come like this. I just don't know. He'll go like that. I'll just have to keep dancing around. I don't know what I'm even trying to do with that half the time. That's what I hate so much about it. I don't know. I have no plan, no idea, nothing. Not a bad spot, but this is where I always screw up later in the game. He comes to attack the dark square bishop. And this. So he's not posing any double threat. This is the big thing. So if we move it, he takes here. So that is questionable. I will acknowledge. He would take, I would take, he would take. So even that would win him a pawn. Never mind the fact that a background... Actually, it's still not possible, but do I really want to take that chance here with allowing anything? You come like this, he takes there. That's unfortunate. That's why you don't let those pawns hang like that, but it's hard to stop. Come like this. So again, he'll do this. And if I take back, it'll be a problem. So the horse, the whole idea with the horse there was so bad. Because the horse should have been useful on this turn, but I didn't see this coming. Like, even coming here would be good, but it's too late now. You're gonna lose a pawn no matter what. But then, if I do that, I'm giving up for nothing. That wouldn't even create a back rank. You still have there to go to. Yeah, the horse is just a real mystery to me all the time. It's just so unintuitive as a piece. It's actually stupid. It's good in the long run, obviously, to mix up positions and stuff, but just on a basic level, it's so flawed that you can't consider the material value the same, no matter what measure or analytics you look at. Every single study ever showed, like, 99 out of 100 said the horse was at least slightly worse than the bishop. There's no way to argue that. Which is fine. It doesn't have to be equal. It's just this assumption that it is equal is kind of bad. I don't even know what to do with this, though. Speaking of the bishop. If I come like this, it'll be the same thing, because he'll go like that. You cover like this, you let him just take the pawn. And then I won't be able to cover this one either. It's almost like you'd rather give this one up because this is more valuable. That makes a certain amount of sense. But it doesn't matter because he'll still be able to take it. Like, he'll take, I'll take, he'll take, and then I can try to cover that. Yeah, so it's actually impossible to save the C pawn regardless of what I do. I really don't know where to put the bishop here. So it wouldn't be a back rank, famous last words. He would go like this, and then if I take, or never mind that, he can just take it, period. Okay. Not the end of the world, but now I have to have some kind of plan or idea of what I'm doing, and I have none. I could try to, I mean, this one, first of all, is a nuisance. It's gonna be pretty easy, in fact, for him to take it. I'm getting kind of already just sick of it. This is where I just tank, but I guess I can tank as much as I want because I have nothing to lose. This is literally the last chance I have anyway. Too bad. I clearly showed that I could do it. I just don't have the patience, I guess. Am I really gonna let this site clown me twice? Like, once was bad enough, but that was, you know, you make excuses like, oh, rapid, this and that. This time there's no excuse. Well, this is still technically rapid, but, you know, 10-minute games and stuff. He would take, I would take. Kind of delaying the inevitable because this is so easy for him to take. The horse should have been there, so I don't know what I should have done with the bishop, honestly. Maybe move it like there. Doesn't matter. Let's just make something happen. Just take everything. If you take, it's fine. Just take everything. Oh, now we at least cleared up space. Look, he made a mistake. Wow. Now we can actually cover that. That is really the price you pay, because like, I keep questioning why are these people so good at this low rating, but you don't normally think of them in the context of a 30-minute game. They do become better, obviously, right, based on that. And obviously so do I, but for me it's a bigger impact because it makes me go from completely garbage and I can't do anything to I can actually beat, you know, whatever, some of these people. But then again, you know, it's relative, so maybe I could beat them in 10 minutes too, because they'll play worse. It's just usually I would lose on time is the bigger problem. You're kind of locked here for eternity if you were to keep trying to threaten that. I don't know exactly what I should be trying to do. I mean, this is honestly the kind of case where you move the king because I don't know what else is happening. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. He has a pass pawn here, so you can already kind of see the wheels turning. You can't really go too far. In fact, he could take this one. Or no, he couldn't. He kind of gave up on the threat, though, so that does activate me a little bit. But I'm letting him get out of this too comfortably. If he moves, I can come like this. It was really just the one pawn difference here. Can't move the horse. Little did you know, I never want to move that piece ever anyway. It'll just hold down this pawn, I guess, for the rest of the time. And so now this pawn is not even under threat anymore, so what are you going to do? Oh, I can't even do that, though. I don't know. I just feel comfortable moving the king very deep because I feel like it's actually an active piece that's more useful than even the horse here. Either to just cover something or to take all these. Look how far I've come, and he's still just sitting there. That should make up for a +1 advantage, -1. He's kind of still too close, though. And of course, I can't come there at all. If I do this, he'll just take this. The bishop creates a little bit of a question here. I almost don't even want to move these at all. He would take, I would take. He would check. I could still move back. I'm kind of forcing the issue too much now. These are kind of unnecessary moves. He could just check. No, I could still take with this, but then he would take this. Obviously, you just get a free bishop. This side has changed. That I can say with certainty. It wasn't like this before, obviously. It almost balances itself out here. Because you take with this, he takes with that, I take with this, he takes with this. I mean, the passed pawn is still an issue, but you'll be able to take this guaranteed, actually. What's more important almost is this. I guess I have a pass pawn now too, but the king is just too much of an obstacle. That might have been a misplay. The better play might just be to stop this at all costs. But I don't know. The king is actually in a pretty good spot though. You just go here, you threaten these pawns, maybe you can make something happen. Like, I don't even care about this pawn as much now. Let's just try to keep squashing these. I don't even know if he can protect this. I feel like he can't. You can't come there, you just can't reach it. He should have just pushed this, and he might still do that. Oh, in before he's stream sniping me, and he's gonna... Now, I don't want to lose that one either, but... You know what we could do is... Oh, but then he will be able to cover this. I can't decide. These are connected. So it'll be these passed pawns versus this passed pawn. This with the king cover, this very much without. Maybe. He probably had a way to just do it already. He just clowned it up. He probably still has a way to do it, but he just is refusing to pay attention to that. And of course, it's nice that they're connected, but it's going to take like an hour to actually do anything with it. Is he going to actually do something here? Like, I can guarantee take this if I want, right? With my king that close. The question is, which of these situations am I more interested in, right? You can't really deal with both. The king's kind of closing in. All you have to do is like keep the pawns connected. Right, just keep them close. The king is necessary for this one only. So if he gives a check, I could still go like here. Although I don't want to keep blocking and impeding the pawn's movement, but he basically can't move his pawn at all now, and I don't really need to move mine. I would check, he would take, I would take, he wouldn't be able to take. Right, if you have these connected, you just lose because... And we have 14 minutes to think about it, so... A little bit different than last game. It ends up devolving into like a rapid experience, but not really. Because that extra 5 minutes does make a big difference. And then you have the peace of mind to know that you don't have to worry about it, so you don't play as frantically. You give a check, I move, I come up. Any attempt to do that would lead to me taking this as well. I'm not even as concerned about that too much. You just got to bring them together, though. Don't ever separate them. The king only has to cover one of them. So even if you get pushed down around, you can cover in that diamond shape there. This guy actually was pretty good, though. I mean, I kept thinking he was making mistakes, but he didn't. Actually, he had some elaborate way to do something from it. Come on, don't fuck it up. That's all I have to do. We're in this type of position every single time. And then I either lose because of time or I just mess something up. This is a very familiar territory. The problem is... I can't really keep advancing it like that. Because then he would be able to take it. It would... Oh, you know what? If he checks, I go here. Then he comes back, I go here. He would just take it. I have to somehow get my rook there too, which is a little bit tricky to do. So I'm going to go like this. But see, then if he checks, it could be trouble. Because it's hard for me to get out of that. If I go like this, but then they won't connect, right? It's too slow. I can't really detach from here to take that. That's kind of just like a free threat, but it could be like a bait. You could do with this, you could do with this. If I do this, he checks. I move. Let's just think about this. We have 14 minutes to figure something out. Come like this. You could just give maybe endless checks. You wouldn't be able to come there, 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 or there, first of all. You give a check. I move. Then you can't give a check, and then I can give a check with this. It looks good, but I don't know. Sometimes I try to do something a little bit too aggressive too soon. I don't know, man. First of all, his king is kind of in a little bit of trouble too. Like, just you check, you can't do anything. Of course, he'll still stay attached. So maybe there's a way like you check and then you sack one to promote the other, but not really. He's kind of in a tight spot here. He would have to go this far or come down here. I would get the free check movement, and then the king is in a sort of a better spot to be able to impact both, where you can both take this and cover this to the promote at the same time. So the early king movement might have been what really helped me there. I was at some point, I'm like, all the pieces are just locked in. I give up. I can't figure out what to do. So I just randomly start moving the king almost as a joke, but sometimes that is the right thing to do. So he comes down. Now, what you have to realize with this is not only can we give the check, he can't give a check, and I'm also threatening this. So there's a number of issues for him here. You can't check, I can take, I can check. It might be better somehow to even do this one, but the free check is nice, so then you have to stay... You kind of have to stay next to it. In fact, you can't even cover this, so this one's dead. Oh no, you could do a cheeky little move like that. And before he does it right as soon as I say it, because he's stream sniping me. Wouldn't this be almost like a mate? It'd be very close. The problem is, he'd be able to take. I mean, I see no reason not to do that. And then I can still take the other pawn too. See, I could check like this, and then he takes, and then I promote though. Or no, check, take, promote, take. Wait. Well, I don't see any reason not to do this. Oh, you can't even do it because obviously it's pinned down. I mean, the act of doing this would itself... No, it still wouldn't be a mate. I don't know, I still don't like how I started this one, though. It was too, like, impatient and fast. Even though we end up with 13 minutes left, that's still a lot. You can come up like this. Just don't let him give any stupid cheap checks. If you were to give a check like this, it wouldn't do anything. He would take, I would take, he would take. So this cover is good because now you can give the check like this, and then he still can't take this. So that would actually be mate. Never mind the promotion. So just move the king, move this. He shouldn't be able to give a check in time. Wait. It's not, is it? It is a stalemate. Well, that's unfortunate because it gives him a free pawn as a result. Fuck. Oh, maybe he'll draw it. That's fine. Just wasting more time. You could give a check like this. I mean, he can't really win. Right? Like, if he does this, he would take, dude. What is this experience, dude? Like, what's happening? I should have just done it. Now I'm somehow gonna lose. What is this, man? What happened? I don't get it. Go ahead, just mate me. You'll mate me like this, that's fine. Or maybe he'll blunder his rook. You can't even win one game. Like, it's impossible. You can't win one game at 1100 rating. But obviously that's my fault. That seemed like a very good spot, and I obviously must have misplayed something. It's just hard to believe. Look at this brilliant level move to do that. And I am not even surprised. Like, I guess that's what time does. It turns 1100s into GMs. That's pretty much all there is to it. No, we're gonna play this one out. We're gonna fucking make him suffer. You're so good. You should be able to do it. Ha ha ha. Although I don't like keeping them in line like that. Maybe he'll blunder his. Maybe I'll blunder mine. Exciting variable gameplay in the end game. This is really surprising. Like, I can't even believe it. They're just genuinely too good. Like, I'm honestly... Just compare those two experiences directly. Like, a 1900 on Le Chess versus a 1100 on chess.com is the same. It's inflated by about 1,000 points. That's okay. No, I'm not going to trade. I don't give a shit, dude. I'll find a way to still do it. Fuck this stupid trade. Although here, wouldn't I have, like, no choice? I guess I don't have to move together like that. You give a check, I just keep going back and forth. It eventually is going to be a draw, but I wouldn't even mind if I lose at this point. This guy deserves it for being such a tryhard. At least there, he can't really block it because he'll try to check from the... He's almost just playing for a draw himself. Amazing. It'd be so hard to actually mate here because... Actually, yeah, do it. Block. Then I can just take it for nothing. But he played into the stalemate possibility. That is like a GM god tier brilliant level move. Even though it is only a one move calculation, still, like, that's okay. That's what I'm losing to, or failing to win to. So let's just keep dancing around a little bit. No, I'm gonna make this guy fucking suffer. I'll beat him on time. I'll beat you on time, you clown. This is the most tilted I've ever been playing chess. Like, this is retarded. Just don't even worry. I'm not even going to do another challenge like this on here. And just, I'm done with this website like forever, dude. Fuck this website. It makes no sense. Yeah, fuck it. I'm faster than you. Look at me clicking like a fucking bullet player. Now, this one's a little bit dangerous because then he'll give all kinds of other cheeky checks himself. Right? There might be a limit to how many you can give. Well, actually, no. That might actually fuck me over. Actually, this whole position looks kind of dangerous a little bit. Because yeah, he's forced to trade now. Fuck. Because all he has to do is this, and then I have no choice but to block. Fine. Take your stupid draw. What a fun and exciting game. Fun and interactive. Games end in draws more than... What? More than half the time, am I right? Oh, he's gonna try for it himself. Of course, my king's in a worse spot because you're literally at the edge of the board. But I guess not for long. No, play it out, dude. Play it out. This is the fucking game of kings right here. Only peasants resign. Kings fight till the end. Yeah, you're so cute, dude. Wait. But it's not an immediate thing. Like, there'll still be a chance to fight back. Like, you'll give the check. I'll move. I'll give the check. But I am letting myself get backed in to a corner pretty good. Let's let him do it. Come on. You wasted an hour of both of our lives. Somebody deserves to win for it. You shouldn't be able to do anything actually from there. Nothing at all. I think draws sometimes tilt me more than even wins do. Yeah, so clever, so sneaky. You're about to mate me when I still have a rook on the board. Ha ha ha. Fuck. I played with higher accuracy, but it's impossible to win. You just can't do it. I was even down early, like I was down a pawn or something. And then it was still okay, and then I was winning. I had 2 connected passed pawns. Like, how do you fuck that up? This was a fuck up too, because I give up the castle. I didn't even realize that would happen. But see, it wasn't like the end of the world. It was still fine. It was to move the king outward. Why? To the D file. He takes, I take. The horse ended up covering later. So he could have taken this pawn, I think, at some point here, but I just wasn't sure. That's a great move, but then he doesn't follow up the great... Well, he still gets the pawn. Take. And then... Apparently I'm losing here, but then I'm definitely winning later, obviously, because I have the two connected center pawns. Or maybe it was meant to be a draw all along, because... That's a great move. Look at all these great moves. Almost seems like I know what I'm doing, but now I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's study endgames, because we're surely going to see this exact position again. Like, how? How does this not work? That's a blunder. That's a brilliant move. It was brilliant. I was even saying, like, that's the fucking GM level move. Of course, they would do it in a bullet game or something, just like it's nothing, but... Look at what look at what I'm pushing these people to do, though. Like, this is what you have to do to draw me, so clearly I must be superior to you. What the fuck? So don't take the pawn, because it leads to a potential stalemate, as if I should be... I think I just stopped looking for stuff at this point, because it feels like it's such an easy foregone conclusion, but then it's not. You know, like, you get lazy. I'll spend 3 minutes on the same move earlier in the game that seems just as simple, but what was I supposed to do then? Of course, I would totally do that. That just seems so intuitive and so... Because now you're setting up for a mate, but actually not. And I was still scared of this pawn somehow. He'd clown me with it. So the point is, even if I did this, I would have still fucked it up from there. I wouldn't have known what to do next. That one's fine. This, I mean, white, look at the white's bar. So where was it before? Before the blunder. Wait. Blunder, brilliant move. And so it's still only a draw. And this should all be pretty much par for the course. The engine won't be able to comprehend why anybody would do that. Just human tilt is beyond its comprehension. I don't know about this. This is a different experience than I've ever had with this, actually. I don't understand what's happening. At least I'm replacing a lot of what would normally be losses with draws, I guess. So that doesn't hurt me too much. Like, I didn't lose any rating from that. I don't know. 71 moves. That's how you can inflate your accuracy for sure. That's what it's going to come down to. I'll do it by drawing every game, and some of the games are going to give me rating even in a draw, like against a higher rated player. So I'll draw like 74 games in a row for like 1 rating each, and that'll be enough. I did say I wouldn't do 10-minute games, but now I'm almost tempted to, because this is just too much. But who knows, I'll probably just do worse there. At least this gives me a chance, because I can actually think about what I'm doing. But that'll give me a chance if they just choke and fuck up, which they never seem capable of doing here. Like, some of these people play like garbage, right? Like 56, 68 is me, obviously, not 69 for once. Very, very tough. I almost can't even play games like immediately one after the other, because I just need to. Even if I win, like, I'm just so stunned by them, dude. Chess is not a game, dude. It's like a... People play it like it's a career, like it's a lifestyle, like it's this fucking obsession. Like, you can't just play the game. You have to be a try-hard, hardcore, study all day, 6 hours a day, 20 years of your life. Like, then you'll be a 1200 player on this site. Like, what the fuck? I always underestimated how long... Like, I always said that too, like, oh, GMs must have played 2 to 3 hours a day for 20 years. That's why they're so good. I didn't realize it wasn't 2 hours. It was actually 6 hours. It was actually 12 hours a day. My mistake. Like, I was trying to play it down. Like, oh, I'd be as good as them if I played 2 to 3 hours a day for 20 years. Come on. Who would do that? Like, I can't do that with anything. That'd be so boring. But no, I was underestimating their obsession and patience with it. Wins World Blitz Championship. Defends women's title. Who is that? I always like to discover new names and players that I'm not familiar with. It's only 2440 though. That's surprising. I am women's grandmaster. She is the 2 times world. It doesn't even have a. It doesn't even have a thing. Oh, just maybe because it's so recent. The youngest in history to earn the title. She's the first, blah, blah, blah. Identity stuff. World Blitz. It is like one of those Hikaru-esque things. Like, you don't necessarily have to be the best player to be the best at, you know, speed or bullet or rapid or whatever. So, like, for a while, Hikaru was, you know, #1. He might still be, right? Didn't he just win something? Like, he could beat Magnus in that category, but not anything else, maybe. I don't know if he's ever actually beaten him in a game of like, regular time control. I'm sure he has, but it was a pretty good stretch there, though. See, my motivation at least shows up a little bit, plus 168, and really the only difference is just the increased time control. Like, that makes all the difference in the world. So the previous one I failed not even getting to 1,000, but here I maybe upped it too much and I didn't give myself enough time. But I would say I had plenty of time. Like, this was a lot, man. I'm just not really confident in it. The way that these people are playing is just way too much for me. I could draw them all day. I mean, that might have to be my strategy. But then the problem is some of these draws cost you rating too. I'm just imitating GMs. That's my excuse, right? I'm just playing like the GMs do. That's what they taught me to do. Just draw every fucking game because that's all they ever do most of the time. It actually is like the vast majority of the time is a draw. How fun and exhilarating of a game that is. Spend several hours of your life, right? 90-minute plus time control. Spend 3 hours, 4 hours of your life to get a draw. That's what I want to do for a career. That's it. Spend 20 years of my life to spend another 3 hours of my life every day to get a draw and an unsatisfactory conclusion. That is a self-huck. Thomas Bagson. I should change the format. It shouldn't be 30 minutes. It should be correspondence. I always associate correspondence with chess with jail for some reason, because it's in like so many books and stories and whatnot, like where, like even Miles Edgeworth too, like where they use it to like communicate plans, and you know, like a criminal who's in jail or something, they use it to send like little secret coded messages and stuff. $2023. It's not even 2023 yet. I like how dead that site is. The official FIDE, what is it called even? FIDE Arena Online or whatever. I tried to use it, but it was just so... And I guess it doesn't matter if it's dead. Like, there's still people to play against, but it'll just get old, or you'll keep playing the same people over and over or something. But it's officially recognized by FIDE, quote unquote. Best video analysis. What does that mean? Best blog, best game, best move. What are you talking about? Best video analysis? Who's doing video analysis? Like, how would you... What? Here, I'll do that just to RP it. This is a no vacation tournament. Unlimited. Unlimited? You better be careful with saying that. Max timeout 100%. 35,000 people. Daily chess championship. 1 day. No vacation. Yeah. Games rated. Rating range is open. Max group size is 12. I don't know what that means. Like 12 people can play together. Number one advance. Simultaneous game 22. Tie breaks no. Average time for move is infinite. So how do you know people aren't going to be cheating? Like, or that's what it'll come down to. They'll both be cheating, so whoever cheats better. I don't know. That's what I always wondered about correspondence, even in a serious sense. Like, you can't regulate that the same way you can't regulate online, really. Free video analysis prizes. I don't know what the fuck that means. Best blog, best move, best game. What is all this video analysis? A video of yourself analyzing one or more of your games from the tournament. Why are they doing that? That's so random. Okay, let's do another one. In a minute. I think that helps after such a long one. If you take a little break, you shouldn't just play them back to back like people do with Rapid and Bullet. Or I keep saying Rapid, it is technically Rapid. What I clearly lack from the last few games is, like, besides the brain, is killer instinct. Like, I'll be up in every single one. I'm up by some either significant amount or some minor amount, and I can't finish it. This is today, right? Today. 2 draws and a loss. Like, this is my last life, last chance moment. Not even last life. You only have one life, but... I mean, I technically have tomorrow, but I'm not even... That should just be to get some cushion, like... Because I have to stay above 12 too. But this is like, dude... What would really help me is if I get a few easy ones back to back. But even that can lull you into a false sense of something. Like, now then you'll start playing worse because it is so easy, kind of like playing on the chess in the first place, and then coming back here, you get lulled into this belief that you're actually half decent, or not even, but like not completely trash. So we get to play as white. He's 10. See, I like these matchups. He's only, well, I guess it's not that big of a difference, but at least he's not 100 above me, right? he could be like 50 or 100 below me. Okay. Everything is pretty much fine here. You could do the cheeky little thing like you take and then you take, but I'm not a big fan of cheeky kind of moves. Hey, look how fast. Look at the certainty. You realize you're playing a 30-minute game. You don't have to show off like that, dude. Clicking speed. So everything is fine with this. You can't do the fried liver necessarily. I mean, I won't even dignify trying that. So what could be wrong with this position? What could go wrong? This could go wrong. I would take, he would take, I would take. I think castling is fine. Like, I don't see why not, but then somehow I'll get punished for it. He could try to do the cheeky thing himself. Yeah, always those kind of weird moves throw me off because sometimes they work. Now you could pin this down, which wouldn't allow you to do actually anything at all, but maybe I should. I can never quite tell. If you come like this, it guarantees that you're safe. I kind of want to open the darks for a bishop, but sometimes I am really late. In fact, this is the danger because you can't. If you're gonna play for the bishop pair, then you have to do it like this because you can't guarantee its safety otherwise. Right? If I'm going to sing the bishop's praises and talk shit about the horse, I have to actually mean it by protecting them. But it doesn't always work. You can't play like that either. Right? Like, oh, I'm going to preserve the bishops and sacrifice the horses no matter what. Some games are just not suited for that. But I like to keep around one horse sometimes just to complain about. You can't do that, but I gave up a whole move of development to do it. I almost don't even care about this pawn because I want it to go here. So we can threaten it and then come like that and then come like this and then he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. So we would still be giving up a bishop, but at least bishop for bishop is an acceptable exchange. I should actually feel a little bit fortunate because the other guy, even one of the draws should have been a loss because he missed the rook. He could have taken a rook with a bishop and he just didn't see it. So even as much as I'm complaining about the draws, it's not, it could be worse. Why couldn't I just do this now? He would take, I would take, he would. Okay, I can't do it. Yeah, we'll stay enamored with the bishop's position here. Now, what does that really change? Why could I do this? Oh, because you got to put this here first. I like this diagonal, although it took me seemingly way too many moves to do. I don't know what'll happen with this pawn either in the long term. So if you do this, I would take, he would take, I would take. Look at this. This is a +8, so I'm already +2 because I have an ideal optimal bishop pair. And I'm white, so that's even more. That's a +2, +3. And then we can remove his castle somehow. That'll be a +4. All these things that aren't really advantages, which you can construe as an advantage. So I don't care about taking the horse. I might live to regret that. This should be objectively doable. I don't know if it's good, though. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. And if not, I guess I could just keep going with it. Right, so that's an unusual center pawn move. There's no question about it. I'm playing a little bit, wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would... Oh, no, I was right. I just forgot about the stupid horse for a second, but I would have to give up both is the point, but he takes a pawn, I take a pawn, he takes a horse, I take a horse, he takes a bishop, I take a bishop. So technically, I don't even win anything from that, right? But let's definitely do the horse first. So it's even giving up my bishop pair a little bit. But if it gets rid of a bishop in the process, I guess it's worth it. See how we even do that? We lead with the horse because we can't deal with the stupid There's got to be something good that opens up as a result. I would take, he would take. I mean, this is giving him a pretty clean diagonal too. But I kind of have to clean this up, because if I don't, then first of all, his queen's under attack, so he has to address it. Now we could come like this. He comes like this. I take. Still have the bishop pair, but one of them might be about to be shut down a little bit. I kind of want to do this. So then I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, open the king. Never mind the dark square bishop right now. If he comes like this, a little bit awkward. Almost makes me want to do that first, but no, I think I could just move around and it would be fine. First of all, you can't take this. He might come like this. I would take, he would take, and then I wouldn't be able to take for the time being, but it would be kind of isolated. But then you connect it with this. You can't really move the horse. You're being double attacked, irrespective of what you do here. So what if I just ignore this? Take. Oh, technically that would work, because he's relying on the... Okay. Now, that's fine, right? He's not going to trap me. It's just kind of awkward. Come like this. He could attack like this, by which point I could just do this. He comes like this. There's nothing else they can really attack it. I mean, I don't know. All I want is to open the king. I won't even win any material, dude. Or I could just take, and then if he takes, then I take. So I get to double take. So there's a lot of good possibilities here. Let's just make sure. Like how the picture looks so perfect. The Diablo shush thing on here, or on most like little profile, because it's so small, but you can still get the general idea of it, especially when you see my username. Oh shit, classic. Take, or take. Still opens the king. If you move, I take, and it is actually mate. There shouldn't be that big of a difference between 1126 and 1200, right? As far as like, you know, it's only 80, it's all, but I've underestimated this at my own peril already quite a bit. It shouldn't change the fact that we can do what I just said. I would take, he would take, I would take, and check. Or I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. So either one is good. That's what I need to do to rationalize trading a bishop for a horse. It has to be something more. Either you win a pawn, or you open the king, or something. If you take with the queen, we trade, open the king. If you take with the pawn, I take the bishop. All very easy one move calculation, things that I'm sure he can see at this lofty 1098 that he's worked so hard for, I'm sure. Actually, what you could do is just take it still. Fuck. Theoretically, if you had planned that far ahead and actually developed, that might have been a possibility. So you come like this. I would take, he would take, I would take. Wait. I would... Oh, I already have that, but I could bring... Basically, I was thinking bring something else there, too. Now, here's where it gets a little tricky, because I could try to push the bishop out. I kind of just want to connect these. That's what that last move showed me. If I had gotten the horse out of the way, we would have won something more there. But then presumably he would have not done that. Now, what I don't like about this horse position, either way he went, was he's not covered. And so it's going to be a... No, you know what, dude? I think I can't do this. I just can't. I just can't make one move. Oh, God. I have to calculate every move because the horse is going to always fuck me over. The first move you make, dude. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. One fucking move you don't calculate for any span of time. I should know better. It's my fault. He's giving me a pawn back. Maybe he feels bad. Attack the rook. It doesn't matter. My fault. Like, I have 24 minutes. Like, why am I moving so fast? But moves like that are the ones that lull you into something, because it's like it lulls you into a certain mindset that it's just not that big of a deal and there's nothing to really worry about. And then I just get so tilted, like I don't even care now. He's obviously gonna win even though it's +1. I just can't. I can't do it. You can pin this down into there, blah blah blah. Because that just shows you I'm not trying. Like, you wouldn't make a move like that if you actually wanted to win the game or if you actually cared. I'm like this. You could just keep threatening it. If I push it out, what happens? Where does he go? Can't go there, can't go there, can't go there, can't go there. You would pretty much just have to go up, almost, because anywhere else is gonna be in danger. Right, like each of these either is threatened or it's going to be threatened. I like how my friend uploads all these random things that anything I don't upload to my channel or that I don't want to. Right, I say he can upload whatever he wants. So he uploads all these random things like talking about Code Geass or whatever while I'm playing chess. And then that one got like 200 views. Like, that's more than a lot of videos get on my channel. So like a main series episode of one of my playthroughs gets like 20 to 50 views, but that random clip gets like a 200, or one of those movie talks was like from back in the day was like almost 1,000 views. It's totally random, unpredictable. You never know what is gonna, it's so hard to predict. It's kind of cool though. Or like how that Dang and Ronpa clip is like my most viewed clip now. I like the other one better, the deduction one. At least that has some discernible other basis to it. So we can just harass it with the king. Clearly that's what I should be doing right now. One of the few songs in this playlist with actual lyrics, but I guess I'm always more comfortable when it's like lyrics that you can't understand, like listening to any song in a language that you don't know. You wouldn't think this would be that big of a deal. Like, come like this, but then he'll come like this, come like this. And if he pushes, I take. So he'll probably move the king, move the rook. So like, he's there, I'm there. He's there, I take, he takes. But what is really the point? Because you're not going to get through. I would take, he would... I don't know. Or Or yeah, like that's the old analogy with like the psychology of Twitch stuff, which is why he hasn't even bothered to do it. He said he was going to do it, but he never got around to it again. Like you spend weeks and do research and do all these, you know, interviews, and you put together this whole fucking elaborate weeks-long, months-long project, and it gets like 100 views, 200 views, which was still fine, right? We didn't care. But then you upload like some random dumb shit of somebody saying ooh or whatever, and that gets 1 million views. Like, it's not their fault, it's the audience's fault. Like, what are you exactly rewarding, right? The lowest common denominator dumb shit on average. Now, I know there are some, you know, people argue like, oh, well, you're just not good enough at whatever. Like, there are some articulate channels. I hate that one that's like one of these psychology things where like they're super lazy about it. Yeah, compare that to my Jody Arias thing, where that was even better, because it was like, you should be able to do this. That was at least semi in-depth, but I still felt bad for doing it because it felt kind of cheap and just, I don't know, it was a weird kind of content. But that guy just, he'll play like an hour worth of the interview of like somebody, you know, some criminal getting interrogated, and he'll like occasionally every 5 minutes he'll say like for a few seconds, he did this hand motion, that's called body language, ha ha ha, that means he's playing good cop, bad cop. Like, it's so basic, so basic. He's basically just milking the content of the interrogation. Just let us watch that. I hate stuff like that. Like content where they put their voice in it just to take credit for it, not because there's actually anything interesting that they have to say. Yeah, that is an insult to the whole psychological, like, either don't do it or do it with some value to it. Don't just fucking do it for show. But he made the wrong move. I think he should have gone there and double stacked it, although it's not technically double stacked. If I take this, he's in check, and I take this. So even if he double stacks, take check, and then we check here, and that actually would be mate, would it not? I'm almost taking it so casually now. Like, I don't even care. Like, if I get it, I get it. I just can't. Like, this wasn't a very high effort game. I have a few of those in me, and we just wasted them on draws. It might be very hard to stop some kind of mating sequence here. What's cute about that is we still get the little bishop take. In fact, it wouldn't change anything at all. You take, you check. Oh, you escape, though. You escape. I mean, it's still a free pawn. I don't see why I wouldn't do it. Speaking of code, yeah, it's like how Lelouch is such a... Like, compared to Light, how he gets so many breaks, right? He's passed out, and then, like, Shirley saves him, and then Rolo saves him later. Like, Light doesn't get those same chances. And he's like too emotional and uncertain, like he's always begging for attention from somebody or whatever. He's just more vain of a character, so I don't respect him nearly as much. But I can't actually do anything with this, nothing. I can threaten this again. He's kind of boxed himself in such a way that I would check, he would take, I would take, he would take. No reason to do that. I can try to take this, and he shouldn't be able to cover it because the bishop allows me to prevent that. We at least equalize the material, but I'm always less confident with but he'll take there, which is actually kind of impossible to save, so why even bother thinking about it? So you take, you attack this. I could double attack, but it doesn't matter. Check there, he would take, he would take. I could double attack this, but it still doesn't do anything because he's obviously in such a position that this is covered in an infinite loop. The only one that's not covered is this. Let's just go for that. He could come back and cover it, or he could choose to attack this. It really just depends what he wants to do. Probably this would be a good excuse to push this, but then it would allow me to check. You take, I take. You can't ever take this because you wouldn't want to trade on a rook for it. So I always love this Ouroboros infinity sign style of chess. You come like this and you can keep pushing it. He would take, I would take, or you could create another, like, you know, semi-passed pawn scenario, but what you can't really do is you can't afford to trade like that. The problem with this is you're giving up the cover on the bishop, which I don't want to do. So let's push this with the cover of the bishop. So now that can theoretically stay there forever, just because you have this, right? These three pieces are locked in. You shouldn't be able to do anything with them. Even if you were to double take, it wouldn't be worth it because you'd be giving up a, you know, a rook for it. It's like I'd like to do that, but I don't see that really happening. The king could come all the way around the long side. You could do like this. So then if he takes, I take, and then I'm close to... No. The rook is going to dominate, though. I can't do that, actually. See, this is where the power of the rook is just not to be understated. I don't want to do this because then... Maybe I can put the king there. His king, first of all, is way too active right now. Maybe I should just stop him in his tracks a little bit. Oh, but this blocks my own thing here. I don't know exactly what I'm doing. Let's just frustrate him with the fact that these are so impenetrable. Yeah, you should really play 30-minute chess if you... But I can understand why people feel like people cheat online or something, but why would you really cheat at 1100? Like, what's the point? And if you did, you shouldn't be at 1100 for very long, you would think, because, you know, or maybe you try not to make it so obvious that the next level, you deliberately make mistakes just so you can... But then what's the point? Yeah. You must be losing games. If you win every game, then you wouldn't be here still. So you could come like this. If he moves this, I can just take. So I'm kind of in favor of blocking him out of here a little bit. I don't see what else he can do with this position, but if he does that, en passant, if he does that, just take. I don't like how I can't bring the bishop in to actually do something there, though. This is probably good, but see, now I'm going to pussy out because I'm afraid of the bishop being under threat and not being able to do something. Technically, I don't have any passed pawns, though. They're all, you know, split. He brings that back. I could do this because this one's not even under threat and then threaten to give like a check there. But of course, if he does this... Well, never mind the fact that this would be a good threat, too. Like, if he lets it be... That's kind of a lazy move, though. I guess now I feel more willing to do this, too. So he'll come there, probably. And then he wants me to trade, or at least he should want me to trade, and I can't afford to let that happen. Give the check, you can just take. Surely he's not going to miss that. Or even if he does, it's totally a different ball game. You could choose to... Oh, no, you don't have any choice, actually. Never mind. He's going to come like this and just mate me, probably. Cool. I mean, it seems like there's something there, but I'm not clever enough to make anything happen. I could push this, then you'd be covering it. I didn't bring maybe my king in the way that I probably should have earlier. The bishop is covered here regardless, so what I'm looking for is the ability to... Like, I get kind of burned out because of how long these games go on, but I have no right to say that because I'm the same person who seems to need the games to go on this long to have a chance to win, too, or at least to really enjoy them and get immersed in them and feel like it's a fair, you want to reach a proper conclusion, not like you play each other to a standstill and then with 1 minute left somebody starts to choke and blunders their queen. You want it to be like they both had enough time to think every move, and then whoever wins by some actual legitimate means, like a checkmate or whatever, like that they're gonna win because they earned it. Not saying you still can't make mistakes, but if you do, you at least had enough time so you can't complain then. Whereas with a 10-minute game, you'll play perfectly for 9 minutes and then you'll screw up, or they'll screw up. So even when you win, it's not entirely satisfying because you feel like you're winning on that technicality of time, which is it's still a part of the game, but it's just not that enjoyable to me. What you could also do here is like this. Then you don't have to worry about that threat as much on the pawn either. There's no reason really to do much of anything else that I can think of. You could check. Now you could like connect these and then try to go somewhere with that. I mean, this is effectively going to turn into a passed pawn one way or the other if you play it right, because you have 2 versus 1. So he's up the rook, but I'm up, what, like 2 pawns. So that is pretty meaningful. Of course, if he plays it right, he should still have the advantage because rooks are better than dinky pawns no matter how you use them, but positionally, it's not too bad. Now, you could escape this a little bit by saying like this, but then he comes like this, or at least I'd have time to react. This actually makes sense because then you cover, he goes like this, I take. He goes like this, I take. He takes, I take. This could be dangerous because now you're putting like where the rook maybe can't move. But that's why I'm more intrigued by putting the pawn there. Now you kind of move the chains, as they say. That's good. I have to respect the fight in these people. If you are going to play 30-minute games, this is what you should do. Like, make them really hurt. Whether you win or lose, like, you just go hardcore. But I still don't see what's happening on that side, so I'll just ignore it at my own peril. Now, this bishop and this pawn should be virtually invincible. And so, it's more so about the other pawn. This is a pretty good central spot. I can't complain about that at all. The only diagonal that's blocked is the one that you want to be blocked because it's providing cover. And it's not really relevant to where his pieces are going to be. So what you want to do is push this all the way, but he's not going to let me. He's going to keep harassing the bishop, probably. So if I go here, I go here, he takes, I take, and then we can try to push the other one, which is, again, right now it's in an endless, infinite loop. If he takes, I would have to be able to take. Moving them together doesn't make as much sense, really. Although you still wouldn't think you'd necessarily win by doing that. You would more so just draw it. Right, why am I still expecting that with a bishop instead of a rook I would win? I don't know, it's going to be tricky. Because he would have... It's going to be a dark square. Yeah, it might be a lot more complicated than I'm assuming. If I move up, it's a bad thing. I like this as being locked in there, but we'll do this all again just for a draw. I mean, that's cute, but what do you hope to accomplish? If you do this, I could just take, and then this would be... This is the whole point of the sequence, right? You take, I take... If you push, I take, or now I could just take. And if I push and you take, I take, then we have this one, which is still not going to get through because he has a double stack and all kinds of crazy crap. So you're going to be very limited. The king could come in, but take, take, take. Doesn't make it worth it still. The -1. So it's probably still a draw. So when you play it even at an 11 to 1200 level, every game is a draw because you're playing it, maybe not perfectly right, but right enough to Okay, dude. All right. So there is no unleash either. He's being smart by keeping on the whatever. If he pushes, I take. He takes, I take. Even if he like double covers it, it would still lead to I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. There would be no other way to go about it. You could do this just to block off check, check, take, but that would be horrible. I just don't know. Like, what is the point of this position? I don't get it. Probably for black to win, but he's just not doing it. I guess I'm frustrating them as much as they're frustrating me. Like, I'm not as afraid to play for a draw as I used to be, just in an honorable sense. Like, I normally didn't like to play for it. So how many games did I lose before where I'm like, it's probably going to be a draw, but I'm going to make a point to try to win just because I hate draws. Just in principle, even if I'm losing. Push, take. If you did it like that, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Try to keep the king out of it. You could give a check, but it just doesn't do anything. I mean, he has the better piece, so regardless of pawns and stuff, that's just too complicated at this low level that we're at, so it shouldn't matter. I guess what you're seeing is probably a much higher level of quality. It's just they, like, if 1500 would play the same exact game, but they would play it in 10 minutes instead of 30. That's the difference. So it does obviously raise it up a bit, right? Like, there's no way you would see this level of play at 10 minutes where it's just so tight and so nuanced, and like you have to see like 2-3 moves and then it's still a draw, and it's like, come on. It comes down to like such a minute little pawn thing. You have to know stuff and study stuff and memorize things. Imagine doing that. If I push like this, he would just take. Can't give a check. This is dangerous, but it does also favor me. What would be the point in doing that? He would come, I would take, he would take. What does that move really do? If I was to come back, then I could push the other thing, which probably leads to a negative outcome, but I'm just not. I'm like this. You can't take. If you push, I could take. If you... It would actually be trapped. Surely he's gonna see that though, or hear it. Am I right? Ha ha ha. At least this one's a more respectable thing. Like 1,000 seems stupid, but 1,200 is really the big guns. That's really a high bar, right? Fucking. But no, I wouldn't have it any other way. I would like it to be like this because it should feel like a real authentic game, which it probably still isn't. They're probably fucking cheating, huh? If you come like this, oh, it gives him space to escape, I guess. And now the king's gonna come in, which is just fantastic. But actually, if you check, he takes. I'm like this, yeah, he can escape. I could give a check and then he'll cross over, so I don't want to let him come any further in. Everything is covered, so there's not much you can do. Let's just go back, because the pawn push isn't going to work now. Theatricality and deception are powerful agents, but this guy's a fucking genius, so just... whatever. Like, I would do it, and then I wouldn't even want to play. anymore. Like, I would just be bored of it. Like, it's too much, dude. Why are these people so petulant? I guess to their credit, they are getting draws out of it, but I mean, even this, I should be playing for a draw, but I'm not thinking like that, right? He could try to double attack here. It wouldn't really ever work, though. He would take... That would be great as an unleash, but there is no unleash. Yeah, I like how he's doing this. Like, it's going to matter. It's not going to matter. Because, well, it's like... You would push, I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would take with the other one. But by then, I don't fucking know. The point is, if I lose the rook, I just lose, period. Because would he really go out of his way to trade down for a bishop? That's my big question. You could double stack it, you could bring it down. It's like I see exactly what they're doing and trying to do all the time. I just can't win games because they see what I'm trying to do, and so it's a draw. What a perfect experience. I actually have never seen this many draws in my whole life of playing chess. Like, not that I've played my whole life, but whenever I have, like, this is the most number of draws I've gotten ever, period. In like one... I've gotten more draws in this short experience of this month than every other time combined. On the chess, everything, because that's what happens, I guess, the more time you have. If you bring the king inside, he takes, but he can't take. At least this protects me from the potential of any problem here. So if you double stack, push, take, I would take both. I've shut down that particular threat, so let's go to the next thing, because he has a million bags up his sleeve. Tricks in his bag, I mean, is the saying. I'm just not sure, man. It's so hard to win a single game. I wasn't having this much trouble before. And even in the best case, this should probably be a draw. I don't even want to fuck with this side. Oh, he kind of trapped himself again. Look at it. Look at it. Take. You did it to yourself, dude. Or even that was all part of his elaborate plan. You still shouldn't be able to do anything with that. I don't feel very happy about it still, though. He'll still draw it. Just forget it. You can't win games. You can only draw them. That's the goal. What? Oh, why didn't I see that very obvious possibility? I mean, it's still good you get to move it around a little bit, but you won't be able to promote with just that. And now if he double stacks, I'm in trouble. That ends up not really working out to my favor. Right, it's just over. As soon as you do that, it's over. You come like this. I guess I could do this to stop him from doing that. Even as utterly awkward as that is. It's just I'm afraid of losing the rook, because then you just lose, period. You can't possibly compete with a rook. He comes like that. He's doing a good job playing around the other stuff here. He would take, I would take, he would take. I guess I don't have a choice. I really don't. I was trying to frustrate him a little bit with this, but I think that's it. This will be covered. This won't be takeable. So you should still probably be looking at a draw. But somehow, some way, it won't be. He'll just, I don't know. You can kind of come behind the pawn and try to cross to take this one. This is theoretically, like, impenetrable because you can't do anything. Even if you were to double take, you just lose because... Like, literally, this guarantees a draw and I'll still lose. So now you come like this, you come like this. Oh, that's actually bad, though, because then you'll lose this one and then just lose the game. As long as you keep the king in there, it could be okay, but... He did a marvelous job at staying away from the light squares. I just want to get rid of that one because I only feel threatened by that, but then somehow he's going to take this. Although you can't, though. You can't. Never mind the cover. You literally, objectively cannot do anything about this. I love this whole infinity loop thing. That doesn't even matter, does it? Probably it does. He would take, I would take, I would take. King move doesn't matter. Rook move doesn't matter. It won't be a draw by insufficient material, though, so let's beat him on time because I can't do it any other way. I'm not doing this on purpose. Like, I'm trying to win these games. This is unbelievable. Every single one is like this. Like, where I'm up by a little bit or something, and then I can't do it. This is actually my ceiling. I'm hard stuck at 1120 something. It's not even like I'm making the same kind of mistake. Well, I still do make mistakes, but it's not like I'm just outright blundering pieces for no reason like I sometimes would do. This is actually just objectively unwinnable. You come in like this. Now the king can just dance around because you can't take those fucking pieces. You can't do it. Go ahead, double attack. Take, take, take. That's the best case possible scenario. You can't do it. I guess you could still mate while this is happening, but you would think in that amount of time, I'd be able to threaten a promote or something. He would basically just have to fuck up and let me take his rook, just trying to tire him out, or just try to burn the clock. He could still try to mate, though. That is a real possibility. Uh-oh. You come like this. Would be nice, I guess, in this case, to have the thing here, but this also covers there, so you won't be able to check here. The king has its limits of where I can go. If you made me here, that's fine. You deserve it, but I just don't know exactly what you're gonna do. You would think a light square interaction would make the difference, but it could fuck me over too, because then if you lose this pawn, it's just over too. This is such a good anchor point. Average 1100 endgame, am I right? $70 moves, an hour long, 80 plus accuracy. Forget about it. I love that one that ended in a stalemate, though. Probably going to be the same as this one. He's calculating his god tier sequence here. I don't know. If you could mate like this, just do it. I could have attacked like here, so it would still be covered. 5 minutes left. Go ahead, keep calculating. It shouldn't even be that hard, really, but you come like that. I'm like this. He'll give a check. I'll move. Just keep staying away from the king, I guess. Can't give a check at all. You can't come inside. So you can kind of leverage the pawn this way too. No, fuck it. I'll actually beat him on time. I don't care. This is the only way I'm ever going to get a win. Like, it's impossible. So you can't even give a check at all. And what's sexy about this is you can just keep moving it back and forth. The king can just sit there the rest of the game. How about that? Even if you give a check, I move. Even you won't be able to come up. So I'll just keep moving him back and forth. Isn't this such a great game? I'm going to make somebody quit chess by doing this. Like, this is what chess is about. Try your hardest, play your best, take your time, spend years and hours studying to get a fucking draw. How about that? And not only do you get it, but you have to really feel it. You know, you have to go every last second of it too. All these moves are very interactive and just very well thought out, very, very fun. Fuck. He's gonna actually, I mean, I'll take it, but part of me, no, I better just do it though. I mean, I can't afford to lose, not that it matters. You had 2 rooks, dude. What a clown. I guess maybe he'll stop me from going away like that. Although not really. Oh, he's back to square one. Well, you couldn't do it last time, so wait. Oh shit, it's maybe a little bit different than last time. Oh shit, maybe he came up with some crazy sequence. It should still take a little bit to actually do something with this. So what if I just come here? You can't give a check. You give a check here, I can still move. The king can't do a whole lot. His king would like have to be here. But then I can just keep moving. I don't know, like the pawn stops it. A lot of things stop it here. He didn't want to take the draw. Look at him, dude. Playing like a champ. And for that, you get it lost. Just like I did all those times. Now you see how I feel. Just take the draw like the degenerate you should be. That was way longer of a song than I thought it would be. I'm like this. He moves back. Why couldn't I just chase him? It's not like I need to worry about this. Although I'll somehow back myself into a corner. If he ever gives a check here, I can just escape to the other side, which surely couldn't backfire because there's no mathematical... I don't know. Attack the stupid rook. Oh yeah, you're gonna take. Wow. Incredible. Although I would have to be closer to this. Do it, dude. Do it. Oh fuck. He won't do it. Shit. Is he gonna somehow... Oh, he might do it now under the guise of the pawn not being protective here. So I could let my guard down here a little bit. I don't know how this is gonna work. You would think one of these light squares would have some relevance here. He's keeping it very disciplined in like one spot. 3 minutes left. He could have taken the draw, so that's his problem. Like, why didn't he do it? You come like this. I come like this. Can't give a check. You just keep trying to chase it, I guess. And you hear the excitement in my voice. We're about to win a game. Isn't this how winning should feel in a properly manifested game? Why won't he take the draw? Why wouldn't you just do it? He probably will eventually, but... Or like one of these positions would surely have to have repeated by now, right? It probably should be anyway. Even I'm getting sick of it. I don't think it's possible to win here, so just like win on time. He's not going to let that happen. Or maybe he doesn't know how threefold repetition works somehow. He'll give the check, but so what? He's kind of scared of going to the edge of the board a little bit. Good job keeping it there, so you're keeping me in a particular file. Did he just blunder it, maybe? I won't even notice if he does, because I'm just so out of it. Yeah, like even this would create that same thread there. 235, blah, blah, blah. Give a check. You won't be able to really guarantee to keep it there, though, so what? He's almost doing a good job strategically avoiding it, but why would you want to avoid it? I only lose one. I mean, it's fine if you really want to do it like this, but... This is a different fate, at least, than I thought I would meet here. I thought I might lose, right? Like, lose a lot of games, get tilted. That would be the bad ending. But this is a different... This is like a fate worse than death, right? Not only do you die, but you die like this. You can't even have the satisfaction of losing. You just can't win either. You can't do anything. That is like the purgatory that is chess. Every single one is like this. Like, we're both playing to our very low potential here. Using our time, trying our best. I'm up in every single one of these, I swear, at some point, but it just doesn't matter. It's just not enough. This is very different. He attacks, I come there, everything's even. That it didn't like. A great move, so we lose the horse effectively. Or no, we lose the rook there. So I'm down. So at least I should be happy. I keep creating all these bad positions and then I get a draw out of it. So I deserve credit for that, clearly. That it doesn't like. I mean, in fact, it's maybe the opposite with this one. He should have been winning, but somehow he turned it into a draw. But this has been very consistent. I'm actually winning here, but I couldn't figure it out then. It was just such a back and forth seesaw affair. Wants me to push the kingside pawns, which I'm glad I didn't, because I wouldn't have had any idea of how to really use that. He did do a good job staying off the light squares, though, so the bishop was pretty ineffective, but it did create sort of that infinity loop that just can't be touched. If I lost the rook here, I would have been very nervous, but it did end up happening eventually, and it was still fine. It's just... that was almost a trap on the rook. Verticality saves him. That's a blunder. Okay, I didn't even see it as I'm looking at it now, why it was a blunder still, but obviously he wins the pawn, but it still didn't win him the game. There is apparently a way to do it, but... you just didn't know how. Imagine that. Imagine a player at this level not knowing how to do a position like this. Right? He should study this every night. That's a blunder, but it wouldn't matter because it's just... oh, he must make a lot of blunders then because there's some winning position that he can do. But he keeps missing it. See, I theoretically could have won too. Like if he traded all this out and then my king was closer, I could have killed this and then pushed it. So that's why he couldn't just say sack the rook for the pawn and the bishop. Why you would even want to do that, I don't know, but great move to move the king. Great move. I'm farming I'm farming accuracy. 3 great moves. Just dive down the board 1 square at a time with the king. What a fucking genius. Oh my god, give me a brilliant one next time I do it. This is it, dude. Enjoy the analysis, because I'm not going to use the site again now. Ever again, probably. He probably just blundered his rook, too, at some point. But of course, why even look for it? Because you just get so used to them making perfect moves every time. Apparently he's winning, but he just can't figure it out. And neither can I. I couldn't even really tell you. There must be a way to just mate there. Doesn't even say it, though. I don't know what... I don't have the patience to look through it either for that. So what was the accuracy? That was another piano game. What an incredible way to go out. So these are all today. Draw, loss, draw, draw. I can't believe it. And we'll do more. What else do we have to do in a minute? I'm actually shocked. I would have put more of a bet if I was a betting man on me losing a whole bunch and getting tilted and giving up that way. But this just makes you feel kind of empty. Like, I could get draws all day. Some of them will give me a little rating. Some of them will take a little bit. But it's just like, really? It's like we're both just too good, so neither of us are going to give the other one a win or any sort of meaningful lead. It almost feels like we're GMs or something. So evenly matched. And I mean, even this one was pretty bad. 76, 76, 83, 85, 82, 78. Like, my accuracy is lower in some of these. And so I should be grateful, I guess, even for a draw. 56, these are the kind of people I'm beating. 81, I do get 80 a lot, which is not so bad. 79, 70. You win even though he has higher accuracy. I love those. There was one that was like wild like that. It was like 85 versus like 69 or something. And yeah, another 69. And yet the 69 won, right? Because you just fuck up at the end or there's some kind of crazy mate. I forget what game that was. 69 again. And the whole point of this was too, then I could do variants. I would consider that like the victory, right? Getting the 1600 on the chess enables me to come back to chess.com after waiting 6 months and failing last time. Then getting to 1200 here and staying there allows me to play variants for a while. And then doing something in variants will let me continue the pace. Like I like to make everything a format, but this one was just not. I could still theoretically do it, but I don't know, man. Even if I won all 4 of those, I would still only be like in the 60s. It's just not gonna happen for me. Do like a fucking 24-hour chess stream to do it. That's even on my birthday. Although I don't remember getting it on my birthday. It must just be, like, whatever. It could have been a day or 2 before, so it just leap year kind of whatever the fuck. Nobody has profile pictures. Hardly. I'm surprised I only have 21 though for the amount of people I played. Simply close fair play, but he still shows up there. Pendle, the real Borgov, Nightmare, who kind of stopped playing for a while. See, he's 1800 on no cheater, get out of profile. He's 1800 on the chess, so this is a pretty good indication of the inflation, right? If it's about 300, so I'm 1600, so I should be like 1300 here, but doesn't quite work out that way. KD, that's Kevin Durant's burner account, right? Like how he has all his Twitter burner accounts. Jamie, oh look, I did surpass some of these people who I generally consider to be better than me though, for whatever that's worth. 1,000. Gerardo was consistently better than me, it felt like, but this is what happens when I go 30-minute try-hard mode. They were very good as well. 1369. Yeah, see, that's where I should be. I should be at their level. Although I don't know how provisional or unprovisional some of these things are. 601. 743. 954. 1503. Really? And the best way to see is how many games played. Like, obviously, it can't be provisional if that's going to be the case. 86. I'm always just surprised at some of these high-rated players getting low accuracy, regardless of, you know, who they're up against. Like, seeing a 2,000 plus player with like a 70 accuracy, 60 accuracy. I don't know what all this shit always is. Like, what, like you're in a league with other players who suck? What does that even mean? Trophies? Like, what rating are these people? Advanced to elite. Ends January 1st. That may as well just be my account. Put that on my profile. This account ends January 1st. Never to be opened again. Not that it has to be never, but this pretty much should tell me that I just can't handle this website, I guess. It's a moral defeat. It's every defeat in every sense you could possibly experience. I waited 6+ months because that's my condition, right? When I fail one, I have to wait at least 6 months to come back to get clowned again by the same website in the same, sort of the same way. Even though I'm playing more so on my terms now, although that comes with some plus and minus. I shouldn't act like 30 minutes is just a net positive. It obviously makes my opponents play better too, but I almost can't believe it, but let's keep going. Let's keep going. I got nothing to lose. I mean, even if I go on a losing streak, like, this is it. I let it come too close, but I've been playing every day. Maybe just not for long enough. I'm not getting as like my play hasn't deteriorated as much as it normally does by playing this long, but I just can't get a win out. Something's happening. Like, I'm being sabotaged by the website. Like, even like, at least let it be a win or a loss. Like, give us a sense of finality. Don't fucking leave me hanging like this. It's so stupid. Let me change my peace set. I'm getting bored of this one. That must be why I'm losing. The smallest psychological changes can have the biggest difference sometimes. Enter a status. Get 1200 or die. That is the status of this account. Where is the pieces? What am I even using? It's club. What's one like towards the bottom? Yeah, maybe that's the solution. Role play like real life. I deserve to use this one for my clown play. Use a 3D set and that'll simulate playing over the board and that'll improve your play. I guess it couldn't hurt. I'd have nothing to lose. Although most people seem to hate that. 3D pieces. Wood. Vintage. I always like the glass sets myself. I had a pretty cool one when I was younger. It was like white and clear. So there is no black. Black was white, like the thick white. Tigers. It's just kind of weird. Space. So many of these are boring. I like the distinct colors. I'll take it. You have to go to the bottom to save it, or it just maybe auto saves. That's weird. Distinct colors, that could help. I can't even complain about like black or white or anything. Like, I've just been consistently unable to do this. You come like this. That should almost be something internal with the sets regardless. Like, every set should let you change the color of the pieces to whatever you want. So if I want them both to be white, why does it matter? I'm the only one who can see it. So this should be fine. Let's see what else he does here. This is that great montage scene song, like where everybody's preparing for, I forget. Like where Nina comes up with the flare and stuff. Yeah, Nina and Adrian Andrews. Those were the two characters who everybody hated, who I actually made videos explaining like why they're the best characters in those respective series, or in that game at least, Justice for All. So we come like this, come like that. The reason is just to try to castle. The king looks kind of weird, all inverted in like that at the bottom. I'm like this. This is fine for now. So the only thing that goes wrong with this is the possibility, okay, he comes like this, and then he's able to pin it down. Right? That's what I don't like. And the reason why is because I don't know. Like, something weird always happens here. I guess I could just bring the bishop back. He'll somehow just address everything at once. I'll take, he'll take, I'll take, he'll take, first of all. He doesn't do it, okay. Yeah, it's almost like I'm averse to pushing this pawn in most cases. So let's just castle. So now the pin down still doesn't scare me. I almost want to keep it inside of the pawns, which is not. Oh, here we go, dude. When I anticipated that very idea. That's why I like doing the horse covers horse so much. I don't know what this language even is. It's obviously not Japanese. It's like Romanian or something. That is one of my musical fetishes, is like songs with lyrics that you don't know what the lyrics say. I like that better than when I do know the lyrics, or I just like instrumental music in general. He takes, I take. Let's go on a 10-game win streak, which might still not be enough. But this would double stack the pawn. And so I don't know what to do with that. I could just move it, I guess. Come like this. He takes, I take. I don't know whether that's good or not. It double stacks my pawn. I don't know. I have no idea what to do with a move like this, even though I've probably seen it like a million times. If I push the pawn to open the bishop, then he takes, he double stacks. If I move it, he could take. He can't take yet. I'm fine with him taking, generally speaking. I just don't know what I'm doing with that. Go ahead, double stack it. I don't care. This might actually help me. It's not like I know how to use conventional pawn structures that well anyway, clearly. So what is the dark square bishop doing in this game? That's my biggest concern. I have no idea what I'm doing with that. You could create a nice little structure here, but that does allow him to come in, so I almost don't want to do it yet. Pawn moves are always the most boring and annoying to calculate, but this one's actually safe to come in. Because if I take, he takes, I take, he takes, well... Actually, this kind of has a certain merit to it because of that. Not that I can force it to necessarily happen. I could also just pin down the horse, but I really don't want to... Let's play with the bishop pair that we normally have. He's going to try to stop it with the pawns, which would allow me to undouble mine. Even if he brings the rook, that would be acceptable. In fact, I should bring my rook first, preemptively. He could try to push it along with this. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. I would need something more. He really wants to be able to push that one, as we can see. Push, take, 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 take. Wait. Oh, but he'll do like that, too. I don't know. He'll just push. I'll just take. He'll just take. He pushes now. I could just take. Take, take. Wait. No, I couldn't. Push, take, 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 take. What if I put the queen here? Take. Wait. I would take, he would take. I'm assuming the other pawn is going to come in, so I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would. Technically, this is a valid response, but there could be many things that go wrong with it. Oh, here we go, dude. Just, why don't I just play for them? What else could he do with this? I could double stack the rooks on here. Like, all the action is on this side. Take. Why do I even need the queen? Like, something's wrong with this. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Okay, that's why. Let's go ahead and double stack it. He only has 2 knights versus me, two bishops, so I should be happy with this, but I'm gonna somehow trap my thing here. Right, my bishop is gonna get trapped. First of all, it's not even covered. So what am I overlooking in trying to double stack? Like, push. I could just get it out of there, but push. The point is, if he could attack it, like, even with the horse, I'd be screwed because he could just take it. Push. I just don't know. That's blocking its only means of escape. Take. I'm gonna actually double stack on there. Why not? Clearly the most important file ever. Now, I just calculated this about 1,000 times. So if there's something wrong with it, I should probably delete my account, which I'm going to do anyway. He would take here, which wouldn't really have a ton of impact, but he did it so quickly it makes me think something's up. I mean, it would open the thing, but I don't know. Wouldn't even really be a bad trade. Why not just do it like this? So then if he takes, it doesn't matter. This doesn't change. He'd come like this, and then I can still come back. I'm confused. You take him more so on my terms, and then take, or just take. If he came there, I could still come back and cover it. I kind of want to create a double stack there. Shouldn't have an impact now because it was depending on the horse taking. So we should still be fine. Should I take with the bishop or should I take with the rook? I can't decide. Take with the bishop. This looks like a scary play, but it's actually not that scary. He did all this just so he could move the pawn effectively. So I'm going to keep it the way it is. And then he takes, I take, and then I could bring maybe the other rook there. But then it's a danger because, well, let's see. It could be though. Okay, dude. I mean, I might have to reorient my whole idea here. What am I trying to do with that? Keeping it on this side almost doesn't seem that good. This is where it takes a little bit of more foresight than I usually have. Like, where do I really want it to go in the long run? It's almost like I'd like it to go to the other side now. You come like this, you come like this. Right, if he's really going to commit to shutting it down, then you have to be flexible enough to accept that. Comes inside, I take. I wouldn't even mind doing something like this just to lock in the pawns. Oh, we have a passed pawn clean too. Not only are you up a pawn, but this is like one of the best things you've ever seen. He's probably still going to easily deal with it though. But his other pieces are just kind of too far away. I mean, obviously you just have to cover it, first of all. But that should be your whole game plan, but you have to be very careful about it. Probably should keep it on a light square just to be sure. Should have probably tried to pin this down when I had the chance. I would have completed this challenge too if it wasn't for you meddling horses. And usually I'm talking about my own, not even theirs. He's attacking the other pawn, which gives me the perfect compunction to do this. Now he'll create a double stack to which I can react like this. Move the thing, and then he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I'm scared of the horse that'll break the formation because the bishop isn't as flexible in this one rare case. Look at those locked pawns in the center. That is a draw. Next to the dictionary definition of a draw in chess is a formation like this. Basically, my point is I should put it like here, and then the bishop can cover too. And then I don't feel as worried, but for now, it's okay. Or like I said, if I get rid of the horse, it could be a little better. I'm genuinely afraid of it, because if he uses it properly... he's not even letting me do that. Back rank possibility? Not really, though. Shouldn't give him any ideas in case he's watching the stream. Ha ha ha. That it's just an internal inverse mind trick, like where I just do that on purpose to just bait viewership because I already have such shit numbers anyway. But no, like, you just feel free to stream snipe me if that's really what makes you happy. You'll still learn because I'm so instructive with everything I do, right? I really don't know what to even do here. You'd never be able to make a move like that because he would take, I would take, and lose it. You could try to eat up some of these pawns. He would take, I would take. I guess I'm not too... Oh, whoops, wrong way. I'm not too worried about the pawn with the rook right now, but he's going to double stack it. And so then I'd have to move my bishop. The nightmare is if he gets all three of these attacking it, then I can't save it. So you would have to reorient it somehow. If he doesn't take, I could just take and split his pawns. If he does take, I still kind of split his pawns, so it's good. The king pawns aren't nearly as important here because you're less likely to promote those or pass them or whatever. If I had won all these games that I drew, then I would have had a legitimate chance. I wouldn't really want to keep going. Like, I could just do that, but I don't see the value in it. I don't really like pushing these other ones, so I'd rather just take, and then this one, these should be easy targets, right, being split. So there is no way to prevent a split pawn here, right? There's no way to do it. What's the point of that? You check, I take, you come like this. I don't see anything. He would do it maybe more so just to cover that. Attacking the horse. Now you can attack. Oh, I guess he was just assuming what I would threaten next. So gives you a good excuse to go there, I guess, and sort of cover where I maybe want this pawn to go. There is no back ring possibility either, so you just have to stay connected everywhere. Basically, I'm angling to do something more than just stay here, but everything is still covered. He takes, I take. He takes, I take. I'm surprised he didn't double stack sooner, given this position. I thought that's what he was trying to do. It does prevent the queen from covering. So now, if he takes, I take, and I should be guaranteed to take that. But see, I always doubt these moves because it's like he didn't make a mistake, right? A player at this level is not capable of making mistakes. He's 1100, dude. It's not a mistake. He knows exactly that's going to happen. And he knows how to prevent it and punish me for it and everything. Like, I'm looking at every possible queen move. And I just don't see what's going to do me in here. This is where I wanted to go anyway, even if he'd just moved the queen backwards or something. So much Wind Waker music, but I only have 2 songs actually in this whole playlist that actually are Wind Waker music. Dragon Roost and this, I think. Oh, and The Great Sea. 3 out of 300 tracks. It just kind of somehow stands out to me more. I love Dragon Roost. It's a great one. This should be a guaranteed take. But we won't win this game. It'll still be a draw. Right? We'll be up a couple pawns and it'll still be a draw. Somehow. I wouldn't even mind that trade now, but I kind of probably... Actually, I've been meaning to do that for a while. I've been wanting to trade it. But since this is on a light square, I could maybe get some other value out of it. Like if you try to protect this, then I get this. Then if he comes there, it's fine. If he comes there, I can't take that either. I guess by now you could do something a little more brazen. Right, but that's a little bit too convoluted of a structure for me. Like, but it does kind of force his hand. But it splits my pawns and stuff. It's kind of ugly. But then I would have another passed pawn. So this is probably the objectively right move, but I'd still be scared to do it. He would take, I would take. And then you have this pawn pass, this pawn pass. But I like this connection. I should try to win it without even doing that, but it'll be very hard to do. The only weak anchor pawn here is the d6. Well, that's kind of an intro. Oh, you can just take it. Never mind. I mean, you could just try to create a more basic threat here. You come like this. I just mate this. Oh, this is quite a beautiful thing as well. Although it's almost like I'd be trapped if I did that. Right? And by almost, I actually would be. Because, yeah, like you come here, you come like this. And then you can't... At least you can't stay in that diagonal. Like, come like this, he comes like this. But then I win. Or whatever, but... It's just all about the sequence of moves here. You come like this... You come like this, and then you change your orientation, and then you gotta watch the dark square, or I mean, you gotta watch the rook. Now, this is me trying to force the attack, maybe a little bit too much. Ready for the draw, we'll get a +0. That's something I've earned more respect for, just the consistency aspect. Not even like, oh, GMs are better. Regardless of what level you play at, to be able to play at it for such a long, long stretches is what I find impressive. But this still doesn't matter. Although, it might really win you the pawn, but whatever. I'm just getting impatient now, even with 17 minutes left. You come like this... Or like you come like this, and then I would have to move this away. Because I don't see how you could really save that, or I guess I could just go back. It is a passed pawn, but it seems like I could give less of a shit about that, because I guess I always just assume with this much on the board, I'm never going to be able to actually do it. But you should at least try to do it. So I'm threatening on this. This, he wouldn't even be able to take it, but I don't want to just leave it there. Yeah, I might have to just come back. There's no other way to cover it. I don't know where exactly I wanted to go, though. Oh, I guess it would be this one. He's not even attacking the other one, come to think of it. This is covered by the thing, and then if we come like this, it's covered. And then the king isn't even in danger, really. He would give a check like this, and then he would have been able to take, but obviously he couldn't do that. So everything is covered except for the pawn on a7. You always know it's either 2 or a 7, like playoff bracket seeds, right? 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5. Kind of a bit of a paradox, like how I'm slow, so I have to play these long games, but I'm also impatient, so I can't really do it. Even though I have shown a better general performance, obviously, in this mode than otherwise, still. I kind of don't want to box myself in on the side there, but this could be a bad move too. He's got to address the main thing, which is he's probably going to push the G to G4. And so if he does that, I just have to keep moving around for a little bit. Or he can give a check like this. And then, I don't know. It's going to be a little bit slow. Shouldn't be able to give another check for a while. He blocked his own rook in with the horse. Now you know how I feel, always getting in the way. I like the blue, but I think the gray is kind of too bland of a color here. Which is obviously white. You can give a check. The question is, do you really want to give a check? It tends to be something I do just for the heck of it. You would think it'd be okay. He would block, or he would just move. It would just get my queen in there. I see, now here's where I just stop thinking, because it seems so simple, but it never is. It's not even like, oh, you need to study endgames, you need to learn endgames. It's more like you need to actually think about the endgame as much as you were the whole middle game. Like, you go here, and then what happens? I basically just assume like I just win. If I go here, I just win. I don't know how. I'm not going to think about it for even 0.5 seconds, but it doesn't ever work that way, and then I get pissed. I'm like this. He comes like this. I take this. It just feels almost like insulting to your intelligence to have to do it, but of course, it's not as simple as I always want it to be, basically. Like, what do you do here? You move here. Then I check, then you block, then I take, or you, whatever. I just can't do it. Just do whatever you want. Usually good things happen when you give checks, but I don't know. The good thing is, at least if he could threaten the queen, then I'd be forked, but obviously that's not the case. Do you block, or do you just move? And then I just have to move the bishop. You can't really come like this, because then the horse would take. I'm not even sure where I want the bishop to go now. It's kind of tricky. Can't do this. He would just take. This, you still have to remember, is not covered. And in fact, neither is this, come to think of it. So why couldn't I do something like this? Like, why wouldn't that be good? He would just come like this, and then I would just take. Or he would just go back, and then we could figure maybe something out. I don't know. Stupid horse is preventing the bishop from being particularly effective, at least. Oh, it would create the fork, but I would take this, which is clearly worth it for the light square bishop, right? I kind of forgot that the bishop was hanging like that, even though I just said it. You come like this, I come like this, you come like this. You won't even do it, though. Can't even do that. Have to be patient sometimes. Like, let's go all the way back. We'll try to go all the way here. Something like that. You have the last of the dinky pawns here. Not only is the rook not covered, but neither is this pawn, so could be a little bit dangerous on the backside here. Guess my reach just exceeded my grasp. My 8th rank, or in this case my 1st rank, exceeded my pawn's mobility in chess analogistic terms. So fucking stupid. I really tried. Like, I wasn't even fucking dicking around. I wasn't making the same mistakes that I normally make. That's actually provable too, because normally I would just lose a lot of those games. They were all draws. Like, every single one was a fucking draw. What do you want me to do, man? Actually study the game. Actually, I even said I might do that once I get here, but you shouldn't need to do it to get to fucking this low-ass rating. I guess it was just an arbitrary number, but it didn't feel like that daunting to do. It's not like I said 1,500 or something. That would have been obviously too much. Just make a new account then, and you'll start at fucking 1,700. Not like I'm trapped. But the act of doing this will result, 100% guaranteed, in a draw. I would take, he would take, I would come here, he would cover it. Maybe that's my mistake. I keep complaining about not being able to win, but that's the kind of the crux of the matter, is that I keep trading my queen. So if I don't trade my queen, maybe that's how you win, but I just don't have the confidence level to really do that. And again, I'm not aggressive enough to really do that either. If I wasn't to do it, I would do like this and then try to double attack it. And his horse is kind of in the way, so why should I free it up? Although he can still just move it, but it's that second cover that he doesn't have. The rook is fine, the pawns are fine. What? The pawns are fine, by the way. He would check, he would take. What? Okay, that one didn't really make sense to me. That would still allow him to take, so I should probably just move so he can't check. I mean, he still could, but now they're in kind of the same diagonal, which I don't like, but as the queen, so that didn't work how I thought at all. I genuinely just didn't see that. His other pieces are just not very active, so you would think that would benefit me, but who knows. All I wanted to do is get the bishop to like a6 here, but it's never gonna happen, is it? And I could put the rook on like d7 to cover both of these pawns. I've been so lazy with pushing that past pawn. That's probably what the engine would have told me to do, like just fucking do it earlier. He could maybe try to force a draw here, I guess. Although even this would let him take something, right? Where was I before? Wait a second. Oh, because the pawn was in the way. This might actually be better, because even if he checks, I can still cover it. And so it doesn't give him the check into the pawn take. I hate these endless check chain type of things, but they're one of the functions of the endless draws that you get with a game like this. Now here's where I fuck up, because you know, you obviously have to cover this. Wait, I think maybe I do lose something here, because it'll take this guaranteed. Okay. I don't know, like, where am I supposed to fucking go? I'll just go to the other side. I'm so sick of this fucking stupid check stuff. Give another check, go here, and then I'll just be safe. Finally, maybe. He'll come like this, then the rook will be covered by the king. How about that? Take this one too if you want. Fuck it. If only you had done that double stack like an hour ago. Literally, that was all you had to do, really. Not necessarily to win the game, but just to get rid of that passed pawn. So this is being attacked. He's not going to let me do it. Look at that fucking horse just trolling him. It's his own fault, though. Put it here. Try to take this. Could take like an hour to do it. Long-winded attacks are one of my pet peeves. Like, it always seems so simple, but then it takes like 25 fucking moves to actually do it. If I put the bishop there, he'll take the pawn. That's the number one problem. I could move the rook up, and then he can't really do anything from the backside. Although, he sort of still could, but it'll take a few moves. So many of these games are winnable. That's what's pissing me off. It'd be one thing like if I had no chance to do it, I'll just accept I can't do it. But that shows I kind of can, but I have to just exert myself and not get tilted and do it till the end of time, I guess. But come on, I don't want to do it again like this tomorrow. Or at least if I do, I have to, you know, be very close or something like that. He's letting me just take. The act of doing this would allow him to check, which doesn't matter. And so I'm going to assume he made a mistake, even though I'm sure he didn't. Check, I come back. And I can block. I don't see anything that he's doing, but I just missed like 2 pawns in a row, so... I didn't even have to bring the bishop there. I just bring the fucking queen. He's trying to force a queen trade, which is actually fine. I mean, I don't even still have to do it. But you would think this is winnable, but who the fuck knows? Not by me, anyway. Even with the passed pawn, even with everything else that we have going. Just get behind the A pawn. The king is already there, too. And we have another passed pawn, too. We have a connected possibility at a pass. Well, not really, though, because the only way to get rid of this, assuming I don't kill it like with the bishop, then I would have to give up the center pawn to do that, so... Familiar territory, huh? We've seen this type of position every single game today. And none of them end. Even when I'm losing, it still doesn't end in a loss. It ends in a draw. Unusual territory. See, I could be a draw degenerate too if I really do that. But I always try to avoid it. Whether I'm winning or losing, I hate draw. So I just try to win, and if I lose, fine. All those years of me just playing it casually and dicking around. I can't believe this is the... I could check and just take the thing, but I don't want to even do that. I don't care what his king does. Like, we should be set, dude. His rook is almost trapped in there because of the stupid horse. The act of moving the king also would uncover and attack this. Wait, he has two... Oh, shit. He has 2 passed pawns, too. I'm not even paying attention to that, though. I'm acting like mine is such a big deal. So it's just a race, but he would be ahead of the curve there. That's actually weird. But he's just not doing it. He's not even trying to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, shit. I mean, we're doing a kind of a threat into it as well. Like, The problem is he'll give a check and then block some cover here. For some reason I feel like that's actually better. So we'll threaten this and then we'll cover. Well, it might be too late though. One, two, three, four. I don't need to rush the promote because clearly I wasn't that interested in doing it in the first place. Like, I'm like this. He would just take there. How the tables turn. What a surprise. We can pin down the horse to the rook for some reason. And then you could pin it down a different way. Meanwhile, he's just going to promote and get a queen. How wonderful. Or I could just take it outright and assume that's going to be... Because, like, the king would be enough by itself. Right? Like, you take, he takes, and then we just try to equalize this. The problem is he has two of them. Okay. I don't see the point in going to the back rank anyway. I don't know. He's not letting me, like, even get the bishop anywhere near it. This would kind of pin it one into the next. I had all the time in the world to try to promote mine, so... It's amazing. I was completely oblivious to these two because I was so focused on mine. Mine looks so good, which they are good, but... Go through my whole fucking playlist today. Normally I don't do chess this long, and it's the one thing that you can actually, you know, use as an excuse to listen to music. Somehow he's just gonna punish me for this. I don't care even. Just do whatever you want. If he had it there, then he could even just sack it. You move the thing, you try to bring it behind. I could do the same. I have to push mine 4. He has to push his, like, 2 squares. I do have 2 things on there, that exact one, though. The problem is he's going to push this out because he's such a clown. He would take, I can't take back. So how do I even stop that? I could take the horse. That horse has been fucking him up the whole game, though. I kind of don't... I just don't want to give up that double attack. Comes like that, then he comes down, and I'm fucked. I have no idea what's happening, dude. I'll just cover the threat. I can't really move the king. Oh, I should have probably just moved it here. And then tried to, you know, actually promote. What a daring concept. Nobody's ever tried that in chess before. Actually promoting a pawn that is passed and totally by itself. It's like, it's one thing to be passive like I am, but this is pushing it. You could do this, but I could still take. And these are connected, but they're very slow to actually use that way, so... So the king would be a relevant factor. This is just so very annoying. You could leave it here, assuming the rook is going to be there. And so what's going to happen is... I could try to push the pawn, but I just have no faith in being able to do that. Right, these two are both covering there, so... Can I not push this? Like... He's not giving me a single move to do it. Oh boy, you could give a check like this. King could try to anchor both of them. I'm just getting kind of annoyed. That's why I'm doing it. He would take, I would take, he would take. Just... Shouldn't be very hard for him to promote that at all now, yeah. He comes down, I could just take this though. So it might not be that easy either. You have to bring the other one, and of course he'll get this in time because my king's just not close enough, so forget it. Check, he would just take back. I mean, I can't really do anything. He would just touch the pawn. Let's try to bait his king away, and then I'll try to do the center ones, which obviously wouldn't work, but this one might not be a draw. We might get our wish. He'll actually just win. I mean, my king is just too far away. It's never gonna work. Or maybe I should try to bring my king back. Basically, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Just go back and forth. He would push, I would come, he would push. So I wouldn't even still be able to do it. Well, that's fine. I can try to pick up the pieces with the rest of them here. He probably should have just kept with what he was doing. So now you don't want him to give a check and be able to take the rook, although maybe you wouldn't mind it. I mean, even this is fine, so he's gonna come back and cover that one here. You can come like this, check, take. You have one more chance. So this should probably be a draw too, like I said. Like every other game in existence. Isn't that weird? You'd almost think that like you must have to do it on purpose to get these kind of results, but I don't know. This will just be like an endless cycle here. His king would have to come all the way around. Take. I kind of don't want his king to come in there, though. I could try to double up on this, and I could guarantee the take. But meanwhile, I do that. He would come and take this. Yeah, you have to be like a professional player to get to do this rating. You have to be play every day and stuff. It's just actually a full commitment. You could come like this. Probably one of the dumbest experiences I've ever seen in my life in anything. They'll try to somehow maybe double attack that or what? He'll come down like this, maybe check, take. He'll take this. I should have come in and just tried to take that, I guess. Let's just play for actually the draw. He won't be able to stop me from taking that, but he'll take both. Now I'm kind of doing it on purpose. I admit. I would take, he would take, I would take. But he'll still get a passed pawn out of it somehow. So he'll probably still win. So by trying to play for a draw, I don't. Then when I'm not trying to play for a draw, I do. That's beautiful. For some reason, I thought I would get both. He clearly doesn't know exactly how to do this either, but it's just kind of annoying. Okay, just calculate for the 8 minutes that you have left. I keep thinking I'm going to beat one of these people on time for some reason, but... I almost want to come behind it somehow. That's always like a surefire thing. Like, being in front of it is not as good as being behind it. My king is close enough, though, where it should be hard for him to... I don't know. I mean, that's kind of a bait play, but what is the point of it? If you block, I just take, in fact. But I could still technically even win if he blunders his rook. It's not like, oh, you know, insufficient material because you can't promote. You just have to move the king. And then I can keep his king kind of out of it. Or if you go behind, that could work too. I just kind of want to bring my king next to his pawn here. Which if he ever pushes it, that should be doable. If he would have brought his thing here then ahead of time, then I guess my king wouldn't have been able to come in either. Or it would have to come in behind it. So I would take, he would take, and then that wouldn't... or no, he wouldn't be able to take. Not exactly sure. Like, maybe I should just come around. But if he pushes, I'm already kind of there. Then he checks, then I take. I'm not even sure. This is where, like, the rule where you're just forced to move something, right, is what fucks you over a little bit. Like, I don't want to move it at all, but... He checks, I could move up, he's gonna move it down. Can you figure out how to win this in 7 minutes, if there even is a way to win? I mean, there will be in this game. Maybe ordinarily, objectively, maybe there's not. For some reason, I thought I would win both of those pawns there. You could come like this. You could give a check. You should probably just do this, and then all the king has to do is, like, come inside, which it probably won't be able to anyway. Shouldn't this just be a guaranteed, I would take, he would take, I wouldn't be able to take. So maybe it's not guaranteed at all. Now the problem is the king's going to be too far. It's possible that even if you gave up the thing, you might still... that's kind of risky though. In fact, no, because then the king would be right there too. Giving checks doesn't seem too meaningful here, but... Comes back down there. He's not going to let me come inside at all. Yeah, I don't know how I would even deal with that. I would have to, like... hide behind it and then come around, which I maybe had the chance to do better earlier. He'll probably give some kind of cheeky checks with the thing. Or, I mean, he'll threaten it. He would take, I wouldn't be able to take. That's at least good. We break our draw streak with a loss. That's exciting. Give another check. He's gonna eventually come behind it or something, although he might not be able to without blocking his ability to do it. But this is a good way to just shut down the king, which is hard to kind of prevent that. That'll obviously lead to a promote still too, one way or the other. We may as well just tank it. So I was clearly able to stay at 1120 forever, but what's the point? That's not going to do me any good. So that lasted about a month, but that's kind of just unfair that I gave myself that little time, honestly. Weakness was time pressure in a literal sense, like game by game, but now I did it in a, in a more broad sense. Like you only have a month to do this thing. Imagine he fucks this up, dude. I don't even deserve it though. You should just resign in principle, but let's watch him clown around a bit. Stalemate. As if you would get one after spending this much time and thinking it through so much, but that is what tends to happen. Like, they just get a little bit cocky and burn out themselves. Clearly, he is an expert, very studied on the game, unlike me. Losing to a fucking Pikachu picture. $66. It just doesn't feel like I'm necessarily playing that bad, but it must be mostly at the end. Not even really because of time. Let's see, like, where towards the end, what was I supposed to do? The reality is, see, a lot of things in anything, like life philosophy time, are like, if you truly want to do something, you can do it most of the time. Obviously, with something like this, it would take years of, practice to get to a certain level. Like, oh, anybody could become a GM or whatever. But the point is, like, you can tell when somebody truly wants something and when they're just doing it for the fuck of it, right? Like, oh, people just doing their job, minimum wage job, just to get their paycheck, right? They're not really putting their whole self or whole effort into it. You can tell, like, I could have done it based on whatever performances I put forth, but there's just like this lack of, like, I don't really want it, which is not an excuse. It's more just like, that was a blunder apparently to move the king out the way that. Because it comes down to such a minute thing. Even though you see all these blunders, I just have a hard time thinking of them as blunders. That's a great move. So a blunder that led to a king being in a position that otherwise wouldn't have been possible is a great move. Blunder to move the king. Great move to move it back. So black is still winning here, or blue. That's fine, that's fine. Wait, I was supposed to do it, but not. I mean, it still got down to arguably draw territory. Like let's see which one. Great move. So it's almost equalizing it. So it should probably be a draw now. Let's just watch the whole thing in excruciating detail. No wonder people are so associate so much ego with chess, because they spend hours of their life doing it, so much time. That's why. Now I get it. I never understood how much time people actually spend on chess. It's literally like their life. They play it 6 hours a day. So of course they want to brag. Of course they want to show off and act all superior and be all elitist. as if it means something. Imagine if the same people they're talking shit to played as much as they had. They'd probably be just as good or maybe even better. And you know how you can't disprove that because they haven't done it. So how would you know? Right? That's always the defense you can use. That doesn't mean that, oh, if somebody played as much as Magnus, they would be as good as Magnus. But theoretically, right, if the average person did, there'd at least be a lot more people who are, you know, good players, 2200, whatever, somewhere in there. It's not like this innate thing. Yeah, like it's innate that you're just born. It's just genetics or it's just whatever. Meanwhile, you spend 12 hours a day doing it. Or I guess you could say it's a combination of the two. Even if it is genetic, you still have to spend 12 hours a day. That's how hard it is to do. But no, I mean, I think the Polgar family sort of shows that. How could it be that, all three are just geniuses and they're all just 2400 plus? Obviously, they must have done something. However they learned the game was obviously very effective. Laszlo Polgar, their dad, must be the best, most sought-after chess teacher ever, I would say, after that. Because that's not a fluke. Like, that's 3 in a row, dude. His biggest failure is just the one didn't become a GM. Wow. What an actual GM. Just a woman's GM instead. What a failure, dude. You can't even do 3 of your kids? Fucking loser. So, what was the deal here? Like, where do I go from winning to losing? Because I was winning here somewhere. It's like a blunder on the pawn move. No? Like here, I guess I'm winning. Even if by a little bit. What does it want me to do? It doesn't really like me taking that. Even though it likes me doing that. Is good, but then don't take. So do what? Do what? Yeah, what? KD7. Knight C4. What do you mean? KD7. This. Okay, so you let him take the pawn after letting him take another pawn. This still feels like you're playing for a draw. Where was I winning that I could have done something better? Yeah, that is not only one of the great chess stories, but that's one of the great meritocracy stories. He even said something like that too, right? He wanted to sort of do an experiment to see, like, what if you start at a young age? What if you train them a certain way? I think he proved his point. Like, nobody gets to fucking make excuses after that. Like, the Booker Washington discussion that we had, like, dude, he did this shit during segregation and people still want to make excuses in the modern day. Like, just forget about it. Rose to the elite class of his own merit. So, what the fuck did I do wrong here? Apparently, it can't even decide how much of an impact on the... Was it a mistake? How big of a mistake was it? Just go back and forth. It wanted... The one time I don't want to take to free up the horse. The horse is an insidious... disease, man. It just makes your mind fucking warped. You can't think clearly because you have such a bias against it, or you look at it differently. I love that this was blocking him out, so I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Every other time I trade queens, but the one time I don't want to, you're winning pretty handily. And it kind of makes sense because all these are on light squares and stuff, but you could even pin this into this, into this. A triple pin must be correct. No? I'm wrong even then. The right piece you're attacking, but the wrong way. You could easily just save it that way. You could do like this, which I wouldn't... Yeah, I even had my doubts about that. So push the pass pawn that you had the whole game. That's what analysis is good for, if nothing else. It's just to cool down and to take a break after a long game like that. I don't even care so much about the analysis. I just can't even handle another one after that. It's so stupid, man. It's so dumb. Every game comes down to the same shit. Like, I could draw every game, but then so what? Like, why is that a desirable thing to do? Okay, let's do some more in a minute. Nemsco. Change this. How does shuffle work? Like, if you click on something, I guess it'll just continue to shuffle, but it'll change from what point it shuffled at or something. Let's do this is a good one. This was the one where I was talking about my emotes. I was listening to this song. I like how I'll associate. I'm so music in tune that I always, you know, every song I'll have like a different memory. This is where I got world first in this, or this is where I got, you know, something, some special event. Okay. So far, I have draw, lost, draw, lost. Never mind the fact that, yeah, average, it takes like an hour for one game. So even if I was to win all those, I would still, well, that would at least give me some confidence. Like, okay, I could finish it off tomorrow and we'd be good. But like, you even do the math. Okay, you started at 33. That would have gotten you to 40. That would have gotten you to like 47, 54, 61. Let's say even 70. So even then, I still wouldn't be that close to doing well, but that would have been the right pace. That was the intention. I haven't won a single one. If this is the effort that I come with on a day that is the final, basically the final. I'm not even counting tomorrow because that should just be like the icing on the cake. Obviously, if I can't do it now, it's just forget it. So the clear weakness, at least that we've identified, is that I don't have like the killer instinct. Like even when I'm winning or something, like in the mid to late game, especially the end game, I just don't. Either I assume it'll be too easy, so I just don't really think too hard, and then it ends up obviously blowing up in my face, or I just kind of get a little bit, you know, just bored of it and sort of tired of it, burnt out, and so I just kind of let it go, because it is sort of like that demoralizing thing. Like, you're trying so hard, okay, can I just mate, can I just do something, and you just can't do anything, or it takes like 20 moves to do it. Even once you're up a piece or up a queen, it doesn't even matter. Like, just somehow, although those aren't the situations that we've been seeing, you'll be up like 1 or 2 pawns and you should win, but it just takes so much more effort than it should. Either because that's just the nature of the game itself, that's just how chess works, or that's just because how good these people are. I don't know which is really the issue, but either way, it's not fun. 66 though, I can't complain playing like that. But even some of these, like, okay, 84, you could say, oh, it gets inflated because of draws and stuff, but it doesn't. I don't even like arguments like that, because it still gets inflated here by some of the same moves, right? Like, it's a 96 move game, so really I played like 40 accuracy if you take away all the inflation at the end. So here I played like 50, here I played like 60, right? They're all long games that all feature that inflation at the end. So that's kind of a stupid claim that people say, oh, well, it doesn't really matter, because it's all relative. The same thing's gonna happen even when you lose. Wait, how did it start that quickly? What the fuck? It didn't even say it was finding a game. Maybe it should just be if I fall below 11, I just call it right there. But obviously, just time-wise, I'm not feeling very good about it. Just go on a 10-game win streak here. That would do it. Just about. But then that would just abort and give me. It should give you like the draw. Well, then it could take away some though too. It should give you like +1 if somebody aborts against you, right? Just to punish them and something. What, dude? He's afraid. Don't pre-move though. He might do. Come on, we haven't had this issue so far. Or maybe he's just shocked as I was that it like it queued up so fast, he almost didn't think it did. Okay, dude. See, like, the fact that he's black makes him want to abort. So then you could just do that every time. That's so stupid. Chess 24 was really bad about that, too. Now I'll play as black and I'll lose. One opening Andy thinks that he can get to 1200. Well, I apologize for being so arrogant that I could get to such a high, unbelievable rating as that. Unbelievable. Yeah, fuck this guy too. Doesn't even show like any feedback for. Oh, I guess you have to do it probably right then. When it's what if he gets enough thumbs down, are they gonna ban him or what? Like, nothing's gonna happen. I think it says that if you do that too much you'll get banned, but I've never seen that really come to fruition for anybody. It should let you know if like that was the last game or how far they are away from being banned because of it. Like, this is a game 4 out of 5 on the abortion ban ratio. You're more likely to get banned for saying something about the topic of real life abortion than you are of getting banned for aborting chess games. Am I right? Because there's just no nuance or no ability to actually discuss anything anymore. Everybody's just a reactive clown. You could do the castle. Technically mine isn't covered, so even if he goes like that, he goes like this, he goes like this. So technically I make a move that you probably shouldn't make, which is to allow the sort of the bishop to escape. I guess I took that whole debate stuff for granted back in the day. Like, we talked about so many things that today would probably, you know, elicit that kind of reaction where there's a simple framing, like long form postulate we called it, or like just plain devil's advocate, to put it simply. Like, just, you can discuss things even if you don't agree with them or even if you don't like them, but that's what it's turned into today. If you discuss a topic, you're associated with that topic, and that topic is so bad that, oh my goodness, you're just as bad as the topic. There's no never mind the fact that by that logic, then you should say, I'll talk about a good subject, and therefore I'm good, and you should celebrate me, right? Like, you can just turn around and say two opposite things back to back. That's the amazing ability of communications that people have, but I guess a lot of people have forgotten that simple fact. So this is fine. He's still not attacking this one. Everything has to be like a false duality, sense of finality. If you say something, it's just an absolute, right? No nuance whatsoever. That was like the Darwinism discussion. Like you could disagree with how Darwinism works in nature, but it still occurs, right? Like, you don't, or like historical Darwinism, I think specifically. Like, history is written in blood. History is written, you know, made by whatever, like made by conquerors. So it's like, you might not like that, Christopher Columbus, or, you know, who Genghis Khan killed millions of people, but that just happens to be the way it works. So your dislike for it doesn't change that. Even today, we're sort of cloaked in the sort of the machination process, like, oh, the fact that we have better technology, I may as well just turn it into a fucking debate show, because I'm clearly not enjoying the chess anyway. I'm obviously just totally burnt out of it. I'm not gonna fucking do it. I would have to go on like a 10-game win streak right now. If I do this, he'll still be able to escape. If I do this, he would take, I would take, he would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. The real purpose of doing this would not be to push out the bishop, but to allow my bishop to come out, I guess. It's like, you can be as good at chess as you want to be based on how much time you take for each move and how much you think about it. Like, it's just, I hate that sort of innate sort of preconception that people have. Nothing is innate, dude. It's all fucking studying, and at best you can say, okay, somebody's ability to calculate might be, you know, faster, slower than yours, but even that you can make up for to some extent in practice. if you really want to commit 10 hours a day of your life to one game, which is hilarious to think that would be something to be proud of, but here we are. Come like this, you could pin it down into a check, into a take, but you could obviously just cover it. You would need some other way to follow that threat up, which I do not have. What's interesting about this bishop position, though, this is kind of unique. There's no way to actually push it out, except something as simple as that, maybe. I shouldn't even bother, but I kind of want to. And the question is, do I even want to take that? And obviously I don't. You could come like this. I would take, he would take, he would take. I would take, he would still take. So maybe I missed an opportunity there, but I guess I'm assuming too much of my opponent that obviously he's going to not allow anything to happen with that. Which, going by today and generally this rating, that would be correct. I guess nobody really plays 30-minute games though, even the better online. Like, you know, all the streamers do like little blitz, little bullet stuff just to show off and just for the superficial kind of, oh, look how fast they move, how cool is that, without any, you know, it takes away from the whole idea of like, whatever you're doing is of value, so why would you want to do it as quick? It's like the same speed run versus hard mode ideation. Like, if it really has value, then why would you want to rush through it? You really want to soak it in, you really want to enjoy it. Forget about even ability, because both involve ability, high ability. It's just like, for example, like a great game. Oh, you love this game, so let's just go through it in 10 minutes. So I understand the sort of the enjoyment of trying to push it to its limit, but I don't understand why you'd want to go through it so quickly. Right, that's why hard modes would be the opposite. Like, it'll take you much longer. Every encounter and everything with it will be a lot harder. And so you really flesh it out more, not less. This was probably a mistake to not do sooner, which is typically something I don't do. Ukraine. Okay. Come like this. He takes, I take. You owe me money. Where's all that money going? Fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. It's sort of the dishonesty of being able to print money that governments get away with. Like, if your country's $30 trillion in debt, right, we can wish another country the best, but we can't afford it. We objectively cannot afford it. So, but somehow you just print more money anyway. Fuck it. Like, we went from the gold standard, or no, you go from a good standard historically. You trade goods for other goods. Okay, that's too complicated. Let's trade gold for goods. Okay, that's too complicated. Let's trade paper money backed by gold for goods. Okay, fine. Now get rid of the backing of gold. Now you just trade literal paper for things, and you think that nothing's gonna go wrong with that? But whatever. It'll only be like the literal end of fucking modern society. But you come like this, he takes. It's just like, how, oh, let's do digital currency. My bad, I forgot. I forgot one. Let's do digital currency. That'll be the final one. No backing whatsoever, no physical presence even is required for one of the most important things in life. What you work all day, every day for, apparently isn't worth the effort of having any sort of physical backing. Like, the gold standard is not that hard of a thing to do, man. Russia was like stockpiling gold. You know, that's pretty smart to do. We should do that too. We should have never not done that. Take. I just don't even really give a shit, man. I can't fucking beat these people. They're too fucking good. This is not what I was even expecting, I guess. You don't get carried by the provisional stuff. There'll be 1,500 who are worse than this because that's where they start. I guess maybe some people like this would be the same. like, I don't know, like they start at 17 but they lose a couple games, so they're at 11, not because they're truly 11. They could be like 600, but they just happen to be at 11 because they're, you know, gaining and losing 100 for every game that they play, kind of like provisional nonsense. But yeah, that's like sort of like the taxation thing, like with respect to I don't know what to do this move with respect to, see, at least it would keep a population honest to their government honest to their population. If you have to tax people and you say, okay, we'll tax you for this amount of money to pay for this thing, then some people will get pissed and say, no, I don't want to do that, and you feel it. The dishonesty of being able to print money is that you can still do it anyway without their consent, without them paying for it directly, and then you say, oh, well, nobody cares because they're too lazy and stupid to... You could do like this into this, into this, into this, but I'm sure he won't allow such a thing. So let's think about it for another 3 hours, and then maybe we'll come up with something that he won't account for, or he'll just take mine, more to the point. But no, like, if you have to tax your population to do something, you'll get constant pushback and accountability. Like, oh, we don't want to be taxed this amount. It'll show up on your, you know, whatever, especially if there's transparency about it. And so the point is, right, that keeps you honest. Whereas with this sort of thing of just printing money, it's like, okay, you can just do whatever you want and nobody will call you on it because they don't directly feel it. Right? That's almost like a de facto vote on every little thing that you spend money on. We don't have the money. Money doesn't just grow on trees. It doesn't just come out of a printer. So we have to tax you to get the money. And the act of doing that will piss you off if you don't agree with what the taxes are for. So they've circumvented that system. Never mind the fact that you could just say, even with the old system, you still should have, you know, more of an involvement and engagement and vote on stuff that you're spending money on in the first place, like wars and stuff you should have to vote on, instead of sort of the phony moralizing. It shouldn't, that was the other thing with like the Iraq war or something, like it shouldn't be for a moral cause. Even if they say that, and even if that's genuinely true, no, it should be for strategic reasons. I wouldn't want it to be for moral reasons. You can't be the fucking moral compass of the whole world all the time. The most powerful countries in the world never are, right? They're always on the wrong side of history from the whatever, you know, retroactive moralizing that people want to do. This is like my Ocarina of Time. I'm just gonna do this just to troll people. Just ban me. I'm gonna sit here for 30 minutes and just not even play. I'm just being a spoil sport because of how pissed I am at the site now, because I can't fucking win the challenge. So no, but genuinely, I can't figure out this move either. You can't even complain. If I choose to take my whole 30 minutes on my first move, I guess they'll abort then, but they won't abort now. But no, like with the tax thing, right, like you should have to, oh no, what was I saying? Oh, the war thing. Like if you, yeah, you should be doing it for strategic reasons. Like there was some sort of cynicality argument, like, oh, you know, we don't have the luxury to discriminate in this workforce, not because, oh, we're so morally righteous and we're so accepting of other people. Like they don't need your acceptance, just nobody cares what you think. But no, it's like, we don't have the luxury. Like we are all about efficiency, so we don't give a shit one way or the other. So they're doing it for strictly cynical reasons, not for anything else. Like the most efficient environment would not have the luxury to do that. We just go with whoever's best instead of arbitrarily, you know, caring about that. So it's not for a moral reason. I guess you could take here, and then pose the same threat. If you let him take, I mean, this messes up his pawns arguably, but it arguably also, he must be scared about that move. Like that must be the greatest move in history to do that. You have to account for this. You bring the queen in, you get killed, and you just delete your account. So it's a fork, but it's not a guaranteed fork. It's not a protected fork. It's nothing, really. It does fuck up his pawns a little bit. Just a little bit. The problem is the horse won't even have anywhere to go if you just... let's do like this. He would take... I would take... What? Oh. stupid bishop gets in the way. I am kind of impressed that I was even able to play at this, you know, level to be able to draw people though for this long. That's not normally something I would expect to be able to do. So my horse isn't even covered, so he could theoretically do some kind of cheeky move with it. I guess that one wouldn't work, but something like this, he would take, I would just take back. Now I'm just getting impatient though too. He's gonna trap the horse. Yeah, I just give up. Man, I really thought, not even that I thought I could do it, I know I could do it, but I just didn't. Wait, why would you do that? Isn't the horse trapped? That's kind of odd. I would take, and then he would have to do something about it. Otherwise, I could just escape. But did he make a rare mistake? Or no, actually, he didn't make any mistake at all. Yeah, how do I even save this? He would take... I mean, it'd be better than losing the horse altogether. Or I could do this one for no explicable reason other than to let the horse escape and to cover it there. Yeah, we get it. So now the other horse can come in there too. Just take up too much space, cause too much of a liability. I would take, he would take, I would take, I would take. So the dark square bishop is okay here. Very strange experience. But I like these formats. They keep you honest. Like, you have to make a certain amount of progress or just get fucked. It's just a little bit too short of a window. Normally I give myself more time. At least it's just in time for the diamond subscription to actually run out. Like, I had it from January to April, then I didn't play it from April obviously till like just now, December, and then I still have it, so it's just in time. That'll be my description for, like, it says explain why you're deleting your account. I could just say see last message or whatever. Like, I don't need to type out the whole dramatic thing again explaining the format. But I can't move this, but he's also not attacking it, nor could he attack it. He's +1 pawn. Let's just try to trade the queen. We're double attacking this. I would take, he would take, I would take, but he has a second horse, so I can't take. I can't even complain about them playing at a decent level because of how much time they have to think, but it's just something surprising to me about this. Like, give me a few giveaway kind of wins where people just fuck up, but even those kind, they still go crazy and come back. Like, the guy is -6, he kind of blunders his queen for a bishop, but then I guess part of it is me getting cocky and like overconfident that you know you're gonna win, but it's amazing that you can lose a game like that or even draw. I haven't made mistakes like that at all today. I haven't given up like a free queen, or not that those should even be on the table as a mistake you should ever make, but that's not at all the kind of games I've been playing. And yet still I can't do anything with this. Like, even here I'm only -1, and I get the queen trade that I wanted. So now you're double attacking. If he moves it, I could take. So it would be good kind of no matter what. He could bring the rook. I'm very good at predicting their moves, but I guess I'm not so good at stopping them or coming up with something myself. That's kind of an interesting one. Although maybe I couldn't have done it. anyway, because he had both horses. Something like this, he would take, I would just take. Although it leaves that center pawn kind of lacking. So maybe that's my ceiling. Instead of it being like 900 to 1,000, it's actually 1,100, but it just requires me to actually play 30-minute games and to not play against viewers in rated games either, because they're stream sniping me, or they're cheating, or they know me too well, or whatever excuse. But that does seem kind of unfair in a way, because it's one thing like, okay, Hikaru is gonna play like, you know, he doesn't have to worry because, well, unless people are cheating. But what I mean is, like, if you're playing people your own level who also watch you, you know, maybe that is too much, or maybe not. I should still be able to do it. I even said that too. It shouldn't matter. I shouldn't be afraid of that. But obviously, when you lose, you have to act like a little bitch and make excuses. Just ask Magnus Carlsen. Come like this, come like this. I don't see what the point in doing this even is, but I'll create some kind of rudimentary double stack. That still hasn't been proven. Like, after all this time, right, there's been no compelling evidence to say that the guy cheated. And even if there was, still he went about it in such a, like, a diva-esque sort of just very attention-seeking way. Cryptic tweets and this and that. Like, come on, dude. Even if you're right, you're wrong, right, for doing that. And then you're insulting kind of the venue that you're playing at, because their whole job is to do that. So maybe you think, oh, they're ignoring you when you say it, but it's just you don't get special treatment just because you happen to be the best player in the world. But he obviously he does, because of everything is cult of personality, fucking dog shit. Even chess, even the one true last meritocracy that was supposed to remain. So if we come like this, we can bait a little thing here. Probably not going to work, but whatever, just try it. So like if he I would take, he would take, I would take, if he tries to attack with the thing here. But more importantly, if you take, I take. If you take, if I take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. If you take, I just double take. See, all these obvious things that you know he's far too good to ever fall for. So I run out of ideas. These people are just too good. You know the drill. That should be my eulogy message this time. You know the drill. Wait. Oh, now I wouldn't get the double because well, I would get it for free though. What is the point of that? Who cares? Even if I deconstruct it down to the finest fucking thing, he'll still just beat me or draw me. This is covered here, so take, I take. Otherwise, I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take. So that's sort of the adult learner thing too. Like, you know why people don't become GMs? Like, oh, let's say they start playing chess at 25 or something. By the time they're 40, they theoretically could, but what makes it so hard is usually at that age, you don't have the same level of free time, right? Normally that you would as a kid, where you're like, oh, you know, let's say you would play video games 3 to 5 hours a day, or, you know, a couple hours a day. If you made that chess instead, that's the kind of comfort level you have. Not saying every kid lives a childhood like that, but theoretically you at least have time. Whereas like when you're in your 20s and 30s, you got to work, you got a job, you got, you know, family, relationships, this and that. Like, you just don't have time, nor would you necessarily prioritize doing it at that point. So it's a bit of a fallacy. It's not that, oh, adults can't learn or become better at it the same way that, oh, you know, you can't learn a language. That's a little bit different. And there is something to that too. But the main reason I think is just kids have a lot more free time, and you get off to a better start by doing that than to say, okay, you're 30 years old, you got a full-time job, you have a relationship that's demanding, you have all these other things going on, and now you have to do it, versus a little kid who's just fucking goes to school, and you know, it's a lot easier, let's just say, a lot less time consuming for most people, at least. It depends, but I think that gives you a better window into why there's so many good young chess players, and why there's sort of this preconception that, oh, you can't become a GM if you start playing at 30, or whatever, adult learners it's harder to do. I don't think it's entirely just because of some innate state that, oh, adults can't learn or whatever. I think it's more so just free time, and the sort of the language argument's a good analogy though. Like, it is a lot easier to learn a language when you don't know one, or, you know, when you're young. The first one's always the easiest. That is sort of a true thing, but he's gonna double stack it, so maybe I'll keep going. No, I can't do that either. I would take, he would take, I would take. It's the horse that kind of ruins it. I mean, I could still do it. If he takes... This is kind of an interesting spot to be in. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. If he does this, I could do this, but then he could do this. I really don't know what to do here. This game has been kind of low effort though too, anyway. He would just take. I could just take. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I don't know. I just clearly don't even care now. At least if I had gotten off to a good start and then I got a little bored of it now, I would be at like 1170, right? That's what I expected. Or that's what I hoped for. That's fine, but I can't even break. What was my highest? Like 1130 something? I think all those draws demoralize me more than anything. There's one thing if you just lose, then you just accept your fate, but this site is something else, dude. I could still win the pawn, objectively. Take. I don't even have to think about it. Although maybe that would have been better, but who knows. So we do win out on the double stack dynamic. No, I genuinely, like, when I play well or whatever, I'm honest about it. Like, I was genuinely trying, and I played, I think, some of my better games today that I could possibly play, and I just couldn't do it. Like, that's honestly, I thought maybe I wouldn't come in with that sort of thing, but fuck it. Well, now I'm just playing like dog shit, but that was actually just a pure defeat. No excuses. Even if I didn't play well, it's still my fault. It's not like, oh, you know, I'm blaming the fact that I didn't play my best games, but some of those were actually pretty good, and I just can't finish them off, I guess. Right? Like, I'm always up, and then I don't know what to do. Just study endgames, haha. Fucking dog shit, man. He'll come there, he'll take some stupid pawns. This is a good opportunity to learn how knights work. Technically, I'm not down any material. If he comes there, I would take. He comes there, he would check, and then he would set up to take there. And I don't think it's mathematically possible to save that. So what should I be doing here? He goes there, and then he takes. I go here, and then I do nothing. He kind of started off on the right foot, but oh, I didn't even see that either. Fine, just do the pawn game. He doesn't even want it. He wants more. He won't even take the trade and win. He wants more. Great. Forget it. It was actually not even looking that bad, but there's no point pushing it. I'll try again tomorrow just in principle, but this is not going to happen. Yeah, why even bother? Yeah, this is more what I expect, where I just get tilted and whatever, but I'm not tilted by a loss in particular, because I really only lost one today. It's more just I'm tilted by the whole experience, more so by the draws and just disbelief. Rare mistake, or just overconfidence that he knows nothing can derail him here. This isn't even a passed pawn. Yeah, chess is more exhausting than anything else. Like, you could do a world's first fucking hard mode crazy shit, but this is somehow more legend and Hearthstone, whatever the fuck. Why is this harder than any of that? Because it requires innate knowledge, or, you know, studying and dumb shit like that. Come like this, come like this. Wherever he moves it, I should be able to attack both, so that should actually guarantee it. Of course, I can't possibly win, but maybe I can still draw it, although I kind of doubt it. Just try not to trade it, basically. I could fork the horse. It's vulnerable to everything besides forks, right? That's the only mechanic it can counter. It's kind of the opposite of how Chaturanga works with the elephants, like where they can attack anything but themselves. They have like an internal pact. So put some pressure on the horse. Obviously with 2 pawns, there's no way you could possibly fuck this up. It's not like you're me or something. I should just play faster time formats so people don't cheat, am I right? That must be why. I mean, it could be true. You certainly have enough time to do it. Which is why a lot of the, you know, obviously GMs and stuff don't play 30-minute games necessarily. Come on, just push the stupid pawns. Although even if I get a 2-for-1, it would be worth it, right? Like, if I trade the horse for both pawns collectively, I would take, he would take, I would come in. Becomes like this, I still can't take. That's all you need is like a double sack, so maybe he'll choke. Just do the double sack. Take, take, take. Oh, but it'll be covered. I'll still do it. I don't care. Let's see if maybe the king can do it. Best case for a draw. Now my king is just going to be forced to defeat himself here. Just move when I don't want to move. He checks. I move. I'm actually surprised this one was so difficult for him to win. Like, they all are difficult, though. Stalemate. Yeah, push a pawn, right? Fuck. That one guy surprisingly gave a stalemate when I didn't think he would. You definitely shouldn't be getting those at this level. Like, that is almost as bad as blundering your queen. Check, I come in, it would still be, This is where the horse just gets in the way and potentially sabotages you. Like, you don't even want it on the board now. Just taking up space. Yeah, and that was definitely avoidable, the stalemate that he gave me. So that was kind of a lucky break. You wouldn't think like 100 would be that hard to cover up, because like I've gone from 9 to 11, right, in this very short span of time. Some of them were kind of maybe increased gains a little bit because like I reactivated my account. I'm not sure how that works with the whole provisional thing, but at the very least, that was still a good streak there, right? Raising 200 just like that, just by changing the time format, obviously is the main reason why I was able to do that. But then as soon as we hit 11, it's been a little bit more tough. Look how long even this part takes. Like, this is the part of the game that I hate, whether you're winning or you're losing. I hate openings and I hate the end game. I like the middle game. That's where you get some of the variety and actually think things through and can't rely on fundamental knowledge, which I don't possess anyway. But even if I did, I don't enjoy that as much. The same way I don't like to metagame and stuff as much. I like to do it, but I like to do it as if I'm coming up with it myself. Like, I'm not going on like net decking and stuff in card games. If I come up with a good deck like that, fine, but I want to just do it on my own. Which I know nobody ever plays shit like that, but just imagine doing that. The horse is going to cause you a stalemate, dude. You should just put it in the corner and just do it the proper way with the king. Yeah, I shouldn't even bother, should I? Oh, not quite the 69 that you wanted. Maybe Friday's just a bad day to do it. I should try it on Saturday. And who's going to be playing on New Year's? We can pick on people who maybe are worse, even though it's the same rating. I don't know if that should matter, but this site is definitely more populous in that way. More active. Not that you should think it really matters that much, but it is quite a marvel of being able to be up in every single game pretty much that I ever play, but then I just kind of throw it away at some point. Although this one wasn't so good anyway, but it was still winnable and it was certainly still drawable. But they're all drawable. I mean, like every game is, because you start off fucking... Even this I kind of won out. He blundered, I blundered, but see, my blunder leads to a new blunder by him that wouldn't have happened otherwise, so that ends up working. Wanted me to take with the pawn. That's apparently a blunder. I wanted to see the knight versus knight endgame, which somehow just favors him, not even because he's using him better. I guess his position was just more favorable for it. That is pretty surprising. Yeah, see, now I just started to throw on purpose even, because like I really, that whole game I just didn't even give a shit. Yeah, I don't think I should push it. That's quite a lot to even make back up, too. Like, I started at 1130, so even if I didn't do anything, I'd be in better shape. Or at least these were salvageable. So, like, the last two were what really hurt. Right, 1125 was fine, but you can tell I'm just kind of throwing. I kind of want to do... it'll be like the opposite of what we used to do. Normally, I would use chess to take a break from hard modes. Now we use, like, Hearthstone to take a break from chess. And then maybe try a little more later. I don't know. Because that'll reset at the end of the month, too. And I kind of want to see how far that can go.